Hello everyone and welcome back to Acciojob's course on Frontend. I'm Avi Vashisht, your instructor, and in this module we'll be building a very simple personal finance tracker. Now this app will be made on React. We'll be using Firebase for our backend calls. We'll be using React Toastify for all of our toasts. Other than that, we'll also be using and design for all of our charts and all of our components and everything. Right. So first things first, before I give you guys the actual demo of the website, I would like to show you guys the Figma. So I went ahead and made a Figma for you guys, and the Figma is very simple. You'll be getting the Figma in the link. Right. The Figma is, like I said, very simple. This was the dribble inspiration that I had, and the theme is simple. It's white, gray and blue, right? Apart from that, the entire point was to be able to manage personal finances. So personal finances has three categories. One is the total balance that you have, obviously. One is the income that you have, and the third one is your expenses. So income can be from different streams. So different streams of income could mean the usual salary, your investments, or something else, right? Then expenses could be of different types. You could pay expenses on food and drinks, like as you guys can see, on vacation, on entertainment, on education, on office, all of these things, right? On business, whatever. So basically the entire thing is that the user will come, and this is how the sign up and the login system works. We are providing with both the authentications this time. So we have sign up with email and password from Firebase as well, and we have sign up with Google. Now we'll be using two main functionalities of Firebase. The first one being the Firestore functionality, or the Firestore service, that is to basically create the database and store the data in documents. And the other one is obviously going to be authentication. So two types of authentication: sign up with Google and sign up with email, right? Then once the user has signed up, like I said, you guys can add in your own designs. You guys can change everything, change the themes and everything, right? But since this is going to be a personal finance tracker, I did not really want to make it too flashy. It's very simple, minimalistic and cool. So there are only two pages. One is the sign in page, and the other is your dashboard page. Now the dashboard page just contains a lot of different boxes, right? So we have the total balance box. This will show you the current balance, right? Income will show you all the streams of incomes and what is your current income. Then expenses will be expensive. There's this financial statistics graph. This graph is just going to be your total balance over the months or over the days or whatever time period that you put in, right? Then you have all expenses, and this will be a line graph, and this will be a donut graph or a pie chart, whatever you want, right? Then obviously, since it is a finance tracker, so you will be taking a note of all of your transactions over here, right? So there will be a table which will show you all of your transactions. There will be a lot of filters, so there will be sorting. There will be sorting by date, sorting by amount, all of those things. Then there will be a very simple search bar. You can just search. There will be filtered by tags. I'll tell you all of these in a second, right? Apart from that, there will be one more very exciting feature. So I would actually just like to show you the demo of that now. So okay, let's say the person first comes on the screen. This is what they see, right? I have already hosted it on Netlify, so we'll also be hosting our website through this entire series, right? So this is the link that I'm currently on. You guys, if you want, you guys can just see the demo as well and try it for yourselves. There are a lot of features that you guys can add on this. This is just like a simple template, and the goal is to be able to make you guys understand how to use Firebase efficiently, how to do authentication, how to save users data, all of those things. The tech stack is very simple. I did think of using use context or use Redux for this as well, but I didn't feel there was a need, since there's only just one single page. Just the dashboard page is the page, right? But in the future, if you would want to expand on this, I would definitely recommend you guys to add in your different state management libraries, like maybe use context or use reducers, Redux, something like that, right? Anyways, so this is the sign up page that we have. If you want, we can sign up on a new account. So let's just say Avi new, right? Email. So what will be my email? Let me say avinew@gmail.com. Password is 12345678. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and once I click on sign up with email, there's a loading state. Obviously there is a loader as well, and once you go, we see that the transactions was fetched, account was created, successfully signed up. These are all the different toes that we have, right? So this is what the user lands upon, right? There is a current balance which is of 0 rupees. Obviously there is a total income which is also of 0 rupees, and total expenses is also of 0 rupees, because I've just created my account. So this makes sense, right? Apart from that, if you scroll down, we see this: you have no transactions currently. Makes sense. We have the search by name, blah blah blah. We have all income expenses, so search filtering by tags, then sort by date, sort by amount, no sort. This is just a table of my transactions. It shows no data. Export to CSV and import from CSV. So now these were the two things that I wanted to discuss. But firstly, let's just create an income, right? So let's say, what is the name that I would want to give? Let's say I would want to give this as the name of March. Was the month? It's May. So let's say April salary, right? Let's say the amount is 10,000. The date, let's say the date is we said April, right? So let's say on the 30th of April I get my April salary, correct? The tag is salary freelance investment. So basically, like I said, there could be different sources of income. The current source that I want to say is the salary is my source, right? Maybe I take on some freelance projects during the weekends and try to finish it. Maybe I do a little bit of investment and make some money through that, right? So let's say salary. As soon as I click on add income, what do I see? I see that April salary was added. Total spending is obviously, seems like you haven't spent anything till now, which is true. And financial statistics does not show me much, but if you think about it, it just shows me a single dot, right? Now this is something that you guys can definitely optimize, right? And ideally, if your length is 1, you should not really show a graph, because obviously there's no point of making a bar graph or a line graph and you just have one particular value, right? Let's say we add some more income. Let's say the income is freelance project 1. Let's say this project is of 5,000 rupees and I just finished it. So let's say 16th May the person paid me, and the tag is freelance, add income. As soon as I do that, transaction was added, and this toast is basically when my Firebase gets updated. We'll come to that in a second, but okay, now you guys do see that line, right? So okay, correct. Right, so on April my balance was 10,000. Now ideally this should have grown, because now my balance is 15,000 currently, right? I will have to fix the logic for this, I just realized this, but ideally this graph would just show you the this graph would just show you the variation in your total balance, right? Or maybe instead of making this balance, I can just show this as income, or whatever I want to, right? Let's say we create another income, let's say March salary also, or let's say March investment dividends, right? So what is the amount? Let's say I invested a lot, I got 1 lakh in dividends, right? Select the date, let's select the date of March, right? Tag investment, add income. As soon as I do that, this is what we see. Great. So all right, we do see our graph. This is completely fine, right? We still see that you haven't spent anything till now, so we need to fix this. So let's say, obviously we're not going to be earning everything. Let's say my income is this much, this is my current balance. So right now my income is equal to my current balance, because I haven't really spent anything, right? So let's say I spent something. Let's say I spent something on let's say I go watch a movie, right? The amount that I spent on a movie is, let's say, 2,000, right? What is the date? Let's say we just went for a movie yesterday. What is the tag? Okay, there's only food education office. Ideally we should give different tags, or we should make a list of custom tags. All of those things we'll talk about as we build the project. So let's say I paid this much amount on food, right? Let's, instead of this, let me say lunch or dinner, right? Family dinner. And let me say on family dinner I spent this much, because obviously it's a family, right? Add expense. As soon as I do that, my expense was added, and what do I see on the screen? I see a pie chart also, and it shows me 3,000 rupees I spent on food. So my total expenses become 3,000, total income becomes this, but my current balance is just 1,12,000, because obviously balance is what is income minus expenses, right? So I see that, and as you guys can see, all of the different transactions that we have added, all of those are here. The 3 incomes are here, and the expenses also here, right? Right now this hasn't been sorted by anything. Maybe if I want, I can sort it by date, right? If you want, I can sort it by amount. Correct. So this is in the increasing order. We can make it decreasing order as well. If there were to be more than 10-15 transactions, we can also export it, right? Sorry, we can go to the next page and everything, right? I can also search it. So let's say family dinner, like I see my family dinner there. If I say April salary, I see April salary, right? So I can easily filter based on the name. We can see different, so these are all of my incomes, these three things. If I go over here, this is my expense, right? So this is a very simple application. It will not take us a long time to make this, but the entire point is we will be handling a lot of data. We'll be handling users data, we'll be handling a lot of transactions. So this is the cool part that is there, right? So let's say in fact, let's add another expense. Let's say another expense that I did was on books. So let's say I just started preparing for an exam and I bought books for 1,000 rupees, right? Let's say today is the day that I decided to buy it, and education is the tag. So I see that education is 1,000 rupees, food is 3,000, total spending is 4,000, right? And my balance gets updated, my income gets updated, and I also see books over here, right? Sort by date, no sort. If I do it, it'll be over here. Correct. So all of these things are in general really cool, and it seems like this is a very complicated project, but trust me, it is not that complicated at all, right? Other than that, the last functionality that I wanted to tell you guys was this export to CSV and import from CSV. Let's do export to CSV. As soon as I do that, I see a transactions.csv open up in my system, right? Maybe what I can do is I can go to Google Sheets and I can just create a new sheet where I can just import this so that we guys can also test it a little. So let's say I want to say file import, and this is the CSV that we just downloaded, right? So what I will do is I'll just quickly upload it as well over here. Import data, default, whatever, right? As soon as we do that, what do we see? In our CSV, the CSV gets updated and we see there is a type column, there's a date column, there's an amount column, there's a tag column, and there's a name column, right? So now I can technically just edit this CSV, and then similarly there's an export function, there's an import function as well. So let's say I add 2-3 different incomes as well, right? So let's say I add these incomes. Let me keep the dates same, or maybe I'll change the dates as well. So let's do, this is the date for this, let's say this is the date for this, let's say this is the date for this, right? Amount, let's say 5,000, then over here let's do 3,000 or 30,000, let's do 30,000, and then over here let's do 1,000, right? Tags, let's do these 3 tags directly, right? And let's just do salary 1, random tag, right? Freelance 2, I think this is freelance project 2. So project 2, and investment is investment 0, right? Now what I decide to do is I decide to download this as a CSV itself. So now I downloaded this entire thing as a CSV, and we have untitled spreadsheet over here. The best thing is, like I said, if you can, if you guys can export a CSV, you guys should be able to import a CSV as well, right? One thing that I would like to do is actually, let's just get rid of all of these columns, right? Because I have technically written the logic that way. Okay, so you guys can feel free to maybe add an ID or something if you want to. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Let's say this is the CSV that we want, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say import from CSV, and it opens a file picker, and this is the file that we choose. As soon as I do that, all transactions added, transactions are fetched again. My current balance has increased, if you guys remember. Total income has also increased, and expenses is the same. But over here, if I go, I should be able to see my new projects, right? Wait a second. So 30,000, 5,000 and 1,000. Where is my 30,000 one? We do not see the projects right now. Let me refresh. Page not found. Just a second. I think something is wrong with this. Let's see. Is it showing in my Firebase? It should ideally. I think it is my connection. Alright, so it was actually nothing. My internet was not working properly, as you guys can see. For some reason, if I hard refresh, this thing just stops working, and I have to go over here, and then it is already authenticated. But for some reason, there's something wrong there. But anyways, right, As you guys can see, we are able to get our investment zero, right? Our freelance project, I think the 30,000 one was freelance project 2, and even our no expenses there, just the, I think just the income was there, right? So the three incomes that we added are there, definitely. The 30,000 is there, 5,000 there, and I think one was salary one, freelance project 2. So yeah, these three, right? All the three are there: 1,000, 5,000, 30,000. My current balance has been updated, my total income has been updated, and my expenses was obviously the same, right? So basically the entire point was that we have also done some file handling, obviously, when we want to export it to a CSV and import it from CSV. And there's a very fun library that we're using, so don't worry, you don't have to really deal with file handling. I know that is a touchy topic for most developers, but yeah, so we will definitely be doing this. And other than that, one thing that I did want to discuss was the Firebase, but I think we can discuss it in the next video or whenever we get set up with the Firebase. So don't worry about it, we haven't done anything complicated, it's all very, very simple. Even the folder structure is very, very simple, right? So we just have a single document for users, and let's go to the user that we created, right? So Avi New was the user, if you guys remember. There's no photo URL because we haven't uploaded any photos, but the photo URL is basically for when a user signs up using Google, so then we'll be using their DP, right? And this is the list of the transactions that we have, and this is the array. Every transaction has an amount, a date, a name, a tag, and a type, right? So this is how all of our functionality is working, obviously. So we'll be diving deep into the logic as we progress further with the entire project, but this was just to show you guys a small little idea of what exactly the project is going to be about. So in the last video, like I said, we'll be getting started with the entire folder structure and getting started with the entire app. So first things first, you guys will have to create your own React app. So I guess the command for that is npx create-react-app, and most of you should be familiar with it. If not, it's cool, you can just simply Google how to create a very simple React app. And as soon as you do that, this is the template that React gives. Now in this template, the first thing that we want to do is I want to do a little bit of project cleanup. So how are we going to do that? So firstly, we are just going to remove all the unnecessary files that we don't need, like these 4 files, these 3 files, right? I'm going to remove this report web vitals because we don't want to report any web vitals. Remove app.test.js as well. Inside your app.js, just remove everything. Let's just have a simple hello world over here, and let's see how that looks. And let's also remove our logo, right? You can also clear your entire app.css if you want to, and you guys can also clear this from your index.css, right? Once you do that, this is how your entire project should look like. And yes, this is great, right? We see our hello world written over here in a very simple React application. Now one thing that we should do is that over here, instead of the title, I should make this title as Financially, because at the end of the day, Financially is the name of the app that we are building. And I can also say personal finance tracker, right? Your personal finance tracker. The moment to do that, this entire thing changes. If you want, you guys can change the fav icon as well. That is totally up to you, right? So we see hello world, we have changed the entire icon. Now what I want to do is I want to discuss the folder structure that we will be using. So the folder structure that we'll be using is actually very simple, and this is the way I like to structure my entire React projects. You guys can go for any other way, definitely, but this is how I would want to do it, right? It's very, very simple. Just have your components folder over here, and all of your components will be inside this. The components will also be a folder. We'll talk about that in just a second. So let's say we are building the header, right? So like I said, the header itself will be a component. The header will have an index.js file and a styles.css file, right? Then we might have some other component, right? Let's say sign up, sign in, right? Sign up, sign in is another component. This will have an index.js, and this will have a styles.css, right? Similarly, we can have another src, and inside this src we can just have pages, right? We'll be having 2 pages. Firstly, we'll have the landing page or the sign up page. So sign up.js, right? Over here let me say rfce and have it as sign up, and over here let me say sign up page, right? And we'll have the dashboard page. So over here I'll have the dashboard.js. So this will be my dashboard page, right? Let me say dashboard page. Now for routing, obviously we will be using React router DOM, and I think the version currently that we'll be using is v6. That is the most latest one. So let us also set up our React router DOM if you want to. And right, so okay, so before we get started with the React router DOM, I think this should be clear that in our index.js file, let me say RFC over here, let me write header, and this is basically my header component, right? Let me import my styles from here, and let's say /styles.css. So now whatever stylings I make, let's say I'll make some, I'll give this some class name, and let me say navbar, right? In small letters obviously, so navbar, right? So this is the class name that I've given. So what I can do is I can go over here, use this as my normal style.css file, maybe give it a background color of, let's say hashtag, right now let's just do blue. Right, if I do this, and this is what we have, what I can do is I can copy this, go to my app.js right now, and instead of hello world, I can just simply have my header component over here. I can import my header from my components /header, and this way what happens is I can easily see my header, right? So basically this is how we'll be structuring our entire components. Every component will be a folder, every folder will have an index.js file and a style.css file. Style will contain the styling, index will contain the, you know, the overall index. This is another component, this is where all of our pages will be. This is just in general the app.styles and index.styles and all of those, right? So now one more thing that we want to do is I want to include root variables, right? And so I've already made those root variables, so don't worry, right? We'll be using some root variables, and we will also be importing our font from Google Fonts. So the font that we'll be using is actually Montserrat, or Montserrat I think it's called. Let's just go to font/google.com, and let's just get Montserrat. Right, so I've already pre-selected Montserrat. It's basically all the different Montserrat fonts, all the styles I've just copied. You just have to go over here, copy this import statement, right? Go to your index.css, paste your import statement over here. Go to your browser again, copy this and paste this also in your body, right? So this will be my font family. And something that I would want to tell you guys is, a lot of times the fonts do not really apply to all the input fields, so you should always have an input like this as well, right? This phase, what happens is, at least now all the fonts on my website is going to be Montserrat, and that is the primary font that we'll be using, correct? So this is also done. What we need to do is we need to work on our root variables. Now to work on our root variables, I've already, like I said, created those root variables as well. And I think we are using two root variables mostly, the blue one and the gray theme, right? So for that, we can just open that project. Give me a second, and let me just copy paste the exact root variables that I've used, so you guys can also reuse the same root variables. And something that I will also be doing is I will also be providing you guys with some SVGs, right? If you guys remember, there were some SVGs that we'll be using. All of those will be in the assets folder. So what I would like to do is I will give you the assets folder separately, and I will provide you with the index.css separately, right? This way you guys can have a little start at the entire code base as well, right? So we can definitely do that. So just a second. And okay, so over here the only root variable right now currently we are using is this theme one, and we have the import for Andesign as well. We'll come to Andesign in a second, but firstly let me just get this root variable. And what I would also like to get is the assets folder, and get all of our assets over here. So the assets really just contain the search icon, it contains the transactions, there's an image that we're using, and the user icon. I'll tell you where are we using these exact SVGs also, but these SVGs have been taken from Feather. It's a really cool styling library that I like to use. Anyways, not styling library, but icons library. Okay, so this is going to be the theme variable that we are going to use again and again, right? Let us just go to our header, and over here instead of blue, let me just make this var -- theme, right? So this phase, what happens is, at least this becomes the theme color that we have, right? Great. So okay, the theme color is already there. I will make 2-3 more theme variables. Like I said, we'll be using them again and again. So one will be obviously black, we'll be using black, right? The other one will be white, we'll be using white a lot as well, Correct. In case, the reason why I'm making these variables is in case in the future if we ever want to change these, right? One another thing that we'll be using again and again is a specific shade of gray. So let me just open Figma, and inside of Figma, let me just fetch that for you, or maybe I can just get it from the different VS Code that we have, right? So it's this one. I think I'm using it somewhere in our CSS only. Let's just quickly see. Okay, is it this one? I think so, it's this one, because it's the light gray shadow ish that we're using again and again, and I think that's about it. Yeah, see, this is the color that we're using again and again, so we'll just call it the shadow color, right? Great. So we're using one more color, like I said, it's basically the shadow color. So it's good to also just keep your shadow color here just in case, right? Shadow dash color, and this is the color that we'll be using for that, right? Cool. So our entire root variables are done, our body is done, we have imported the fonts, we have, you know, removed all of the different code that we had, we have a good folder structure now, and I've also included the assets folder. I think with this our entire code base is ready, even though we do still have to initialize our firebase.js file. That is something that we'll do in the next class, because we'll be using Firebase. So I'll give you a good introduction about Firebase in the next class, and maybe after that class we'll have a good introduction about ant design. But ant design is mostly used in the dashboard, so maybe before we get into ant design, I would like to create the sign up page and the header, the sign up page, and then we'll work on the dashboard. So in the last class, we actually got started with the entire folder structure, and we organized the code a little, added our root variables, you know, cleared up the code, cleaned up everything, cleaned up all the files. I explained the folder structure that we'll be using, and I think we also yeah, we also imported assets and everything, right? So now we have all of the things ready, but only one more thing is remaining. So like I said, in this project we'll be using Firebase for our authentication and data saving, right? Or for the database functionality. So there are two parts of this, and for these two parts we'll be using two of Firebase's services, right? So now what is Firebase, if you guys may ask? Firebase is basically this you know, overall package that is provided by Google, I would say, and it's something which is very easy to use, and it is something that is you know, really fun to do as well as a front-end developer, right? So as you guys can see, Firebase is an app development platform that helps you build and grow apps and games, users love, backed by Google and trusted by millions, so and so. The entire point is that Firebase provides you with different services for different tasks, right? Obviously all you need is a Gmail account to get started with this. So log into your Gmail account and go to firebase.google.com or firebase.com, right? As soon as you go there, this is their landing page, and click on go to console. So now basically in your console, what you see are different apps that you have made. If you guys have worked with Firebase before, you guys will see all of your previous apps, but if you guys haven't worked with Firebase before, what you'll see is no projects, add a new project, and you'll see this plus icon, right? So before we create a new project, I would just like to show you guys our, you know, the project that I have hosted right now, this personal, you know, financially, right? So I want to show you the entire Firebase console for that. But before I do that, let me just simply go over here and say financially over here and dash rec, because this is the recorded version of it, right? Just continue and select an account, select your default account, and create a project. This will take some time. So now while this is happening, what I'll do is I'll just tell you guys what we'll be using Firebase for. So like I said, you'll be using Firebase for two things. One is authentication, and the other is Firestore database. Now what is this authentication? This authentication basically means how are you authenticating a user, right? What do you mean by authentication? Sign up and login functionality, as simple as that. So if you guys think about it, we are signing up a person. I told you guys this on the first lecture that we did, in the first video that we did. Basically we are signing up our user using two ways, either their email or password, or either this sign up with Google. Now if I click on sign up with Google, I see this pop up, right? I hope you guys know what this pop-up is. I think most of you guys have already seen this pop-up a lot of times. This is basically going to show you all of your Gmail accounts, and you can just select an account, and as soon as you select an account, what it does is it just links it to your profile and it takes you there, right? As you can see, guys can see, I really don't have any transactions right now, right? But you guys can see that this was the Gmail logo that I have, and everything is there, right? So this is first way. The other way is signing up with email and password, right? So let's say I try to sign up with email and password, and let's say the email is this, and sorry, this is my full name, I'm so sorry. This is my email. My full name is Avi Vashisht, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now I know this will not work. Why will this not work? Because I already have a user, right? Auth email already in use. So basically the entire point is, I don't know if you guys have really come across this, but basically if you once log in using the Google account, or I think even Acciojob does it this way, right? You cannot use the email and vice versa. So basically it provides the user with a little bit more flexibility, because a lot of times users don't want to use sign up with Google, a lot of times users don't want to do this. So both the options are available. The entire point of doing this is that you are authenticating the user, and what that means is with every user that joins the platform, you will get the provider. Now what is the provider? Provider is basically the service or the provider through which they have signed up, right? This just means a simple email and password. This just means Google. There are a lot of other providers that Firebase provides. We'll have a look at that in a second. It shows you when the user was created, right? You guys can sort it when the user signed in. So this is the creation date, this is the signing in date. So I had created this on May 7th, but I did sign up with this account on May 15th, right? And this is the user UID. What is the UID? It is just the unique identifier, right? Every user gets a specific ID, and on the basis of that ID we're going to store their data. So what I want you to do is, I just want you to keep a tally of this. It says DNB something something, right? If I go to my Firestore database, what is this? This is just a database. And to explain it in a very simple term, Firebase has this database. Every database is just a document. It's like a file which contains many other files. So you guys can see this. So if you guys remember, the database that we had was this one, DNB one, right? DNB, correct? DNB. If I click on this, what do I see? I see that created at so and so, email is this, display name is null, and photo URL is null. Okay, wow. If so, basically I understand whatever was my particular user's UID is becomes this doc ID. So now the entire point is, it becomes easy for us to tally. So whenever a user logs in, I will know their UID, and on the basis of their UID I can fetch all of their details, right? So if I show you, I think one of these accounts has the transactions. Okay, so if you guys remember in the demo, I think I had made this email account, right? And the ID was this RP something, right? All of our transactions are over here. So basically we have the users doc. Inside the users doc we have another collection called the transactions collections, and this collection contains a lot of docs, and every doc basically contains the amount, date, name, tag, type, all of these things, all the things that we need, right? So now basically what we need to do is, whenever we want to fetch a particular user's detail, we'll just fetch all of their details together. First we'll fetch these details, and then basically when they go to the dashboard page, we are making a call. We have a function called fetch transactions, and that fetch transactions will fetch all of these details, right? And that's about it. So the entire role of Firebase is to nothing but to manage our data and to authenticate users. So let's get back to our create project. Our project is now created, right? All you need to do is, like I said, sign up on two things. One is the authentication. So go to the authentication tab over here. As soon as you do that, you'll see this. You need to click on get started. Once you click on get started, then what you need to do is you need to select the provider. I told you guys Firebase has a lot of providers. We only need email and password right now, so we'll click on enable. We will not do passwordless sign in, and we will need another provider, and that provider is Google, right? If you guys want, you guys can you'll have to have a support email. Okay, so if you guys want, you guys can have other different providers as well, right? You guys can do Facebook, can do GitHub, can do Apple. I think that is also there, right? So there are a lot of different providers that you guys can use, and the code is very simple. You just have to use call a specific function like sign up with Google and sign up with email and password, and that's about it, right? So once you're done with adding your providers, this is, I think, good to go. You guys can already use authentication. The other thing that we need is the Firestore database, and this is a NoSQL database, right? It is very easy to use. You don't need to worry about it. Like I said, it just generates files, and those files contains a lot of data, and that's about it. So click on next, click on enable. I think the one we should use is in India, because we are in India, so Mumbai. And okay, this might also take some time, but this is just the basic setup that you want. And once you're done with this, we'll just create an app, and we will save all of our data in our firebase.js file, right? So just a second. Once this is done, the entire point is that, okay, so this is right now empty, obviously. So what you will have to do is, one thing that I will suggest is edit the rules, because if you don't edit the rules, it will give you some error. It will say that you're not allowed to edit right now. So just make this as true. And what that would mean is that you allow read and write as true now. Earlier it was by default it is false, so that anyone cannot really edit this data. Okay, once this is done, your Firebase is ready, everything is ready. What we want to do is we want to go over here, click on this web, because we'll be creating a web app. Write the name of your web app. The name is financially web. No, we don't want to use Firebase hosting, we'll be hosting using Netlify, right? Let's see, it says all we need to do is say npm I Firebase. Let's go to our VS Code over here, paste that, say npm I Firebase, right? So all of the instructions are already there. Do this. And one more thing that we need to do is inside our src now, what we'll have is a firebase.js file, and this is the firebase.js file that we need. We'll just copy it and go over here and paste this. Right now over here it says to do add SDKs for Firebase products that you want to use. Now what are the products that we want to use? One is the auth product, and the other product that we want to use is the Firestore database, right? So there is just one more additional step that you need to do, and this is also a very standard step, right? So basically just copy these two lines and these two lines, right? So ideally all you need is just this much and you are good to go, right? So okay, my bad. Right, so we are getting our auth on a Google provider from Firebase auth, and Google auth provider is basically, obviously we are using two types of auth, right? So one is the special Google auth and the other is the in general email password auth. We are getting our Firestore, we'll be needing our docs and set docs. Ideally we can import this from outside also, but not an issue. And just add in these two things and that's about it, right? So our DB will be basically from get Firestore app. Our auth will also be from get auth app, and our provider is a new Google auth provider. And these are the three things that we are exporting and we'll be using again and again inside our entire application. And that's about it. So with this, your entire Firebase setup is done, and now all you need to do is make simple calls like sign up with email and password, sign up using Google, and that's about it. In today's lecture, what we're going to do is we're just going to make our React router, and once we get set up with our React router, we're going to make our header, and then we're going to immediately start with our sign up component. So without any further ado, let's just get started with our React router now. So I'm pretty sure most of you guys must be aware of the fact that by default React makes what you call as an SPA, which is a single page application. So what we want to do is we want to allow different routes to be enabled in our application. And how do we do that? We just say npm I react-router-dom. The version of React Router DOM that we'll be using is v6, and all we need to do is we need to go to our app.js and we need to change our React Router DOM. So over here we do have our React router setup, and all you need to do is you need to import your browser router as router, then you need your route and your routes, and this is basically what our app.js will contain. Now this is also something which is very standard, and I think this is something that every person uses in general only. So this is exactly how we will be using our React router DOM, right? And once you do this, your entire application should be good to go with the multiple pages, right? Now one thing that you should remember to do is that we have made two pages so far. One will be our sign in page, I think signup.js, right? And the signup.js is, this is the file that I'm talking about. So we will be importing it directly like this, pages, and dashboard also will be coming straight from the pages, right? So these are the two components that we have so far. We have import signup from pages/signup and dashboard from page/dashboard, right? Now what does this mean? This means that when I go to my localhost, if I go to my localhost, this will be the sign up page, and if I go to my dashboard page, this should show me my dashboard page. And with that, our entire React router DOM is basically set up. Like I said, it's super simple to do, right? Now what we want to do is we want to really make our header. So now how do we do that? We have already made a header component that we have. All I need to do is just quickly style it, and the styling of it is also very simple. If you remember, all we right now currently have is let's actually go to Google and I'll just show you exactly what we have. So okay, this is how our header looks currently. It's just a blue navbar with financial written on it, and once a person logs in, that is when the magic happens. So, and that particular magic, I'll just tell you what happens. So when the user logs in, what happens is we see something like this. So we basically, it's still there, but what we see over here is a logout option, and we see the user's icon, right? And that is all that the header is. And since there are only two links, we don't really need to make this responsive, right? I don't think so. A user's screen size can be so small that even this will not fit, right? So okay, so how do we do that? Very very simple. Just go to your navbar. This navbar will have a few properties. So firstly, this is it. Then apart from that, let's just give it a padding of I think this should be good, maybe 1.5 rem depending on how it looks, right? And what we also want to say is we want to say position fixed. Obviously it will be fixed, or position static, it'll or sticky. Position sticky, it will be sticking to the top of the screen. We will have our we don't need to say width as 100, that's fine. We'll say top as 0, so that we know it's always at the top, and left also 0, so that we know it's at the top left, right? And it spans to the entire thing. If you want, we can definitely do this just to give it a feel. Then I'll have a display flex. I'll say justify content space between, I'll say align item center, right? And that is about it, right? With this, our entire thing should be ready. If I go over here and with a p tag, right, financially dot, what I would want to do is I would want to style this, and I would want to style it a little differently. So I would want to give it a color of VR dash dash white, and what we would also want to do is give it a font weight. So let's give it a font weight of, I think 600 will be nice. So 600. As soon as we do that, what do we see? We do see our header like this. It doesn't really look the best. We will have to fine tune it a little, maybe make this 500. This way at least it looks better now. And I would also like to increase my font size. So let's say the font size is 1.2 rem. And instead of having, I really did not think we'll have so many styles, I will just give this also a class name, and I'll say logo, because this is at the end of the day our logo. We'll go over here, say dot logo, and in our dot logo just have this, right? Over here have a dash, over here have a dash, make the color this, make this, right? And with this is how it looks. Great. What we can also do is say margin of 0, right? And give this a padding of 1 rem. So I think this looks pretty similar. Obviously exact styling is not needed. This looks really nice, right? Maybe make it 1 rem, and that'll be perfect. Yeah, more or less. Financially. Okay, all right. Now what we want to do is we also want to have another p tag over here, and this will actually be our link, right? Or we technically don't need it as a link as well. We can just have a simple p tag, make it logout, right? And obviously right now there will be no logout functionality. We need to conditionally render this as well, and that can only be done once our authentication is set up. But before we do that, let me just still just do the basic setup of creating a function called logout function, and on the click on this, let me just show an alert saying logout, right? At least this phase I know everything is working. If I go over here, some error is there, just a second. Okay, what we would want to do is get rid of this. I think this will fix things, and great. This p also, let me give it a class name of logo only, right? And let me say logo dash link. And what we want to do with dot links is that I want to make the opacity as 0.8 by default, and I also want to say cursor pointer, right? So basically what will happen when we hover on it is I want the opacity to become 1, and that ways it will look like it's glowing. So it just a simple cool effect, especially when you're dealing with white colors. So let me say transition all 0.3 seconds, right? So 0.5 is a lot, let me make it 0.8, right? So this way when you click on it, it looks big. If I click on it, it says log out, right? So now we have the basic header setup. Like I said, not a big deal, right? All we now need to do is get set up with our sign up sign in component, and that is about it. So over here, let's have RFCE sign up sign in component. This component will actually take two things, but right now I think this is good enough. And over here, what you would want to do is, I want to create a div, give this the class name of wrapper. We'll go to our app.css only, and over here we'll say .wrapper. Let me make this display flex. The reason why I'm making this display flex, justify content center and align item center, is basically what I want to do is, I just want to centrally align this entire div, right? So entire our sign up pop-up, whatever it is. I'll give this a width of 100 view width, and I'll give this a height of 90 view width, right? So now basically whatever you type right inside of it, even if you have a high, it's in the center of the screen, right? So that is as to why we did it. And because inside of this we'll be having our sign up sign in component, right? This is the sign up sign in component that I'm talking about. This component is a fairly simple component to deal with, right? Import /styles.css, and this is the component where all of our entire functionality will be there, right? So I'll give this a class name as well. I'll say sign up dash wrapper, and this sign up dash wrapper will have the special special box shadow that we keep on talking about. So let's make the width as 70%, maybe 70% might be a lot, so let me give it a max width of 600 pixels. I think that'll be good. Let me give it a height of, I think auto is good enough only, and let me give it a box shadow. And now what is the box shadow exactly that we want? So something that I would do is, instead of giving this as a shadow only, let me just make a variable for my entire box shadow. If you guys didn't know, we can also do that. Nobody really, you shouldn't really limit your variables to just hex values or RGB values. Try to reuse again and again whatever values you're using. So like over here we'll be using this box shadow variable again and again, so might as well just use this, right? So over here what you can do is, instead of just saying shadow, you can just do this, correct? Now in theory, if I go over here and I can just say vr dash shadow, it should apply that shadow, right? I should also give this a border radius of 1 rem. I think for now 1 rem will be good. Padding of 1 rem will be good, definitely. And that is it. Over here we have some content. So if I go to my width, this is what we see. Our shadow is not really visible. This is the variable that we had, and now it's working. Great. So our sign up sign in component is also technically not coming together, but it will soon. Let's log out. So this is what we are building, right? And something that you need to realize is, if I click on this, I'll show this login pop-up, right? So basically we have two forms instead of one form. That's about it. We can deal with it later. We need to have a very simple sign up on financially heading. After that we need to have labels, inputs, labels, and inputs, right? For inputs, we'll be creating a custom input component, because we'll be using that styling again and again. So okay, let's just do that. Over here let me say h2, and this is the h2 heading that we need. And over here let me say span financially will be in our theme color. So this will just have an inline styling over here, and we will say color is vr dash theme, right? As soon as we do that, we do see sign up on financially. This might be a little too big, so let's just give it a class name and say title, right? Go over here, go to our styles of css, say title. Font weight, I think let's just keep it 500, that works the best. Font size also, let's keep it a little small, so 1 rem would be nice. I think 1.2 rem maybe. Yeah, 1.2 rem will be nice, right? So this is how that looks. Great. Give this a text line of center. This way it's centrally aligned and perfect, right? What we also want to do is, I will not give this a margin top at least, and margin bottom will be 1 again. This is how it looks, and great. Or we can just let this be. Right. So now what you want to do is, you need to realize that we will be creating an input component, because we have this particularly, this is the same input component, right? And every input component will have a label, it's just a text, and we'll have the input field that we want. So we can just create a custom component for that, and the reason for that is, you see, we'll be using this input component again and again. So let's just have an input component, have an index.js component over here, index.js file, and a styles.css. Right, inside our index.js we'll have rfce, I'll just call this input. I will be importing my styles, so import from /styles.css, and over here I'll be having two things. One will be my p tag, obviously this is the label like I said. So over here, let me just call this label only, and I will have some props. The first props will be a label, or I think the placeholder, or we can keep the label and the placeholder different, and we'll have an input over here. Right, now the best thing is that we want to style this. So firstly I would like to give this a class name and call it input dash wrapper, right? Then I would like to give this a class name and call this as our label dash input, or input dash label, whatever. Give this a class name and call this as input custom, basically custom input. Right, okay. So what we will also need is a state and a set state. So basically what will happen is, over here this will have the state, so my value will be my state obviously, and on change of this I'll basically be saying set state is equal to e.target.value, right? Very standard practice. And this is the label. We'll also have a placeholder over here, so my placeholder will also be prop only, and I'll pass it as a placeholder prop only. The reason why I'm naming all of these things as the same thing is, it makes my code more better, right? So we have the placeholder, we have the value, we have this. What else is needed? I think this should be good for now, and these are all the props, right? So now what we want to do is go to our sign in component. Inside this we want to create a form, right? And on the submit of that form we'll do something that's different. And now I will be calling my special input component, right? This, and these are all the props that it takes, correct? So the label, what is my label? Firstly my label will be full name, I think, right? So full name. What will be my state? My state will be a use state, correct? So name comma set name is equal to use state, and this will be an empty use state with strings, right? Once that is done, then we will be having name over here. What will be my set state? My set state will basically be my set name. And what will be my placeholder? My placeholder will just be let's do John Doe. I think that is what I've written in the UI. Great. So as soon as I do that, my form is ready, my input is ready, I've imported everything, imported my use states, imported my input, everything is good to go. So if I go to my UI, this is what I see. We see full name and we see John Doe. Great, perfect. So now all we need to do is, we just need to style this properly, right? And with that, all of our components will get styled together technically. So that is the best part about this thing. If you go over here, label input, there are a few things that I want to do. So first thing is text transformation, right? That is very important. So I'll say text transform, and I will say uppercase, or I think capitalize is the word. So basically I want the first letter to be capital, right? Even if I don't send a capital letter over here, let's say tomorrow if somebody comes and it says full name like this, I still want the label to be caps, right? So okay, that is done. What is the next thing that we want to do? I want to remove my margin bottom from this. Okay, the reason for that is there was too big of a gap, or maybe I can just say margin bottom of 0.5 m. I think that is also decent. right? Then what we want to do is I want to completely change my input styling. So I will get this link. I'll say custom input. Over here, go to custom input, say border width is 0 completely, and then say border dash bottom dash width is 1px. Right, this way at least we have the bottom border. I will give this a width of 100% as well. This way it stretches for 100% of the entire screen. Right, we will give this a padding of 0.5 rem and 0 rem, so no padding on the sides, 0.5 rem vertically. That looks nice. And also give this a font size of 1 rem, same as our, or 0.8 rem would also look good. Let's have a look. 0.8 rem is too small. 0.9 rem, no, let's just give it 1 rem. And let's give this also font size of 1 rem, so that at least everything is uniform. Right, great. So now there is still this outline thing that is there, and yeah, the outline thing is there. So what we want to do is I will say dot custom input slash focus, and on the focus of this I want to say outline none. At least this way is what happens is if I focus on this, nothing really happens, right? One more thing that I would like to do is I would like to keep the opacity of this entire thing as 0.8, and when I focus on it, I want to keep the opacity as 1. And what I also want to do it, I want to do it in the transition of all of 0.2 seconds, right? This way is at least it takes some time and then it becomes black, right? And I also want to change the custom inputs placeholder value. So the placeholder will be, or will have a color of hashtag, let's just do gray, right? So at least this is also a cool effect that is there, right? One more thing that I feel we should do is this wrapper should have a padding of 2 rem for the yeah, this way is it, this looks better I feel, or 1.5 rem at least, a little more than the padding for the height. Great. So okay, this looks good. Now all we need to do is we need to have multiple of these input fields. So this was just one, we'll have 2-3 more, and this way at least we'll also, yeah, this is looking great. So this was full name. Then what we need to have email, and if we are having an email, we need the email use state as well. So I'll say email set email. Similarly, we'll have a const of password and set password, right? We'll have a const of confirm password and set confirm password, right? P of this will be capital. P of this will be capital. Great. So now all I need to do is just pass all of my states: email, set email, johndoe@gmail.com, right? After my email, I'll have 2 more. So password, confirm password, password, right? This will be a small p. So password, set password, this is fine. I'll say example 123, right? Example @123. Great. This will be confirm password. So confirm password over here, and over here also this will be confirm password. Over here capital C, and example 123 over here as well, right? And just like that, our entire sign up page is coming together. I think we should reduce the font size a little. So instead of making this 1 rem, I think 0.8 rem would have been nice and a little clean as well. So let's just keep it, let's just stick to 0.8 rem. At least this way there is a little similarity between these two things. And great. So one last thing that we want to do is we want to create a custom button. Now why am I creating a custom button? Because like I said, with the inputs we'll be using these things again and again, right? So let's just create a custom button as well, and with that our entire sign up page will be coming to an end, right? And once that is done, we can definitely get started with our auth application. So button, And making buttons in CSS is very easy, or in React, right? All you need to do is just say styles.css over here. We'll be passing two things. We'll be passing a text and an on click, right? Because what you want to do is on the click of this button you want to run this function. So on click is on click and the text goes over here, right? And I now want to give it a styling as well, obviously. So I'll make a custom class name and the class name will be button. Now the best thing, or one thing that I want to do is I want to create two types of buttons, right? I don't know if you guys have noticed, our entire website has two types of buttons. One is this blue button and one is this outline button. So basically what I'll be doing is I'll be creating a flag kind of a variable, and using that flag I will be just saying if we want the outlined or we want the blue button, right? So by default we'll have the outline button, and if I say blue is true, that means I'll be giving it an extra styling, right? So basically all we want to do is over here just write a simple ternary operator. If blue is there, then just give the styling of button and button dash blue, and that's all, right? If I go to my other VS Code, I've already written the styles for both of my buttons, and okay, so this is all that we need, right? The styles are very simple. If you guys want to quickly have a look, I'll just quickly show you guys. So the styles are basically, the color will be the theme, text align will be center, width is this, margin is this, padding is this, background color is this, right? Border is this, border radius is this. Again, everything is the same, cursor pointer. The reason why I've done display flex, align item center, justify center and height auto is so that in the future you guys will realize that we're using and design as well. So if you want to customize and designs button, we will have to do this, otherwise things get a little messy. Button hover, obviously a simple hover animation, button glow and button hover animation, right? So I'll give you guys 2-3 seconds. You guys can quickly pause and have a look at the styling that I've done. The styling is overall very simple, right? I think even you guys can easily replicate this, and all I need to do now is nothing but I'll just go to my sign in component, and over here towards the end have a button, and this button is coming from this, right? And what will be the text? The text will be sign up using email and password, right? This is how that button looks. I will have to give this a margin as well. Let's see, margin is, let's just give it a margin of 1 rem. How does that look? That looks nice, but for some reason margin of 1 rem. The button is overflowing a little. Okay, great. There we go. Right, this is how our button looks, and I think the font size we will have to reduce a little. So one more category will go over here, the font size. Let's make the font size as 0.8 rem, right? This way now our button has the same font size as our overall text, and this looks a lot cleaner, right? One more thing that I would like to do is, for some reason I feel this gap is more than this gap, and that is a little annoying. So just one last thing that I would want to do is I would want to give this an overall margin, not just the label. I want to give the entire input wrapper a little margin bottom of 1 rem, and I think we can get rid of this. So dot input wrapper, and I want to give this a margin bottom of 1 rem. At least this way is, I think there will be a little difference. I think we can make this as 1.5 rem, right? And I can make this as 0.5 rem. Things are much more spaced and much more clean now. Great. So this is how that looks. One last thing, let's go to our sign in, and instead of saying 70%, let's make this 400, and let's keep this as 70. Great. Yeah, looks kind of like it. So awesome. Right, so with this, our entire sign up component is also coming to an end. Right, in the next class, what we want to do is we want to actually work on this functionality, because as of right now, what is happening is we are storing all of the data in our use states. On the click of this button, we want to call a function which will sign up the user using email and password. Right, there are two more things that we need to do. Once we are done with this, we'll also create the other button for sign up with Google. Right, and if you want to see how easy that is, very simple, just do this, say sign up using Google over here. Right, and we'll be saying blue is equal to true. If you guys remember, blue was our flag. The moment I do that, this button is, as you can see the difference, this is outlined and this is blue. Right, with that our entire thing is done more or less. One more p tag, I would say give this a style of text align center. Right, and just say or. So give the user the option, either they want to sign up using that or this, as simple as that. Right, and maybe don't give any margin, keep it simple. Right, so this is how that looks, and awesome. In today's class, we'll be continuing with our sign up component. So in the last class, we had just made the UI, and in today's class, like we said, we are going to now, technically implement the authentication part using Firebase, and the authentication part contains of two things. And obviously you guys will have the documentation with you, but the two things that I'm talking about is not only do we have to sign up our user, but we also have to create their users doc. So if you guys remember, let's actually go to Firebase quickly, and I would like to show you guys something. So if you guys remember, what our Firebase console will have is, firstly, it will have one single it will have one single collection of users, and inside that users everything will be happening. Right, so first I would like to open the demo version that I had created myself. So don't worry, we will be creating all of this, you guys don't have this right now. So if you guys remember, what exactly is happening is there are two parts. One is obviously the authentication part, and now I wanted to have a look at something. So if you guys remember, this is the account that we were testing on with, right, avineo@gmail.com, and we had signed up on this particular date, and this is the user ID that we had. So this user ID starts actually, or let's just copy this user ID, right, UID. If I go to my Firebase now, what I want to do is I'll go to my users collection, and inside my users collection, I'm going to search for that particular ID, which is this. If I go over here, what do I see? I see Avenue, created at, name Avenue, photo URL, there's none, and transactions. And these transactions are all of my transactions. So at the end of the day, what I wanted to teach you guys was the fact that based on the authentication or based on the sign up UID that you guys get, you guys will also be creating a document in the users collection in which you want to store the data. Right, so that is the overall flow. Right, so okay, without any further ado, let's just get started. So first things first, we already have all the use states for all of these things. Right, so let's just sign up with email and password first. Okay, so let's go to our VS Code. Inside our VS Code, what we want to do is go to our sign up sign in component, and over here on the click of this button, we want to make a function. Right, so I'll just say on click, and on click of this, let's just do sign up with email. Right, this is the function that we're going to make now. So before we actually get started and make that, let's just make the function will be this. Right, and right now I just want to alert, right, or maybe even not even alert, let me just console log all the values just to make sure that we have all the values. Right, so name will be name, correct. You guys need to do the required part, all of those things. I haven't done that, but right, so after name we'll have the email, right, after that we'll have the password, after that we'll have the confirm password. Right, okay, so now let's just go to our Google Chrome and click on sign up. So name will be Avi, email will be avi@gmail.com, password is 123123. Right, for some reason this did not come like a password. We'll have to look into that, but okay. If I go over here and click on sign up with email, I do see everything. Great, so all of my values are there. One last thing that we had to do was, I think type is the parameter that we did not pass. So over here we need to pass type as password in both of these. Right, this way at least now it should look like a password. It still doesn't. Did I not pass type as a prop? Okay, I haven't even passed it as a prop, my bad. So we will be passing type as a prop over here, and by default the type will be text, so that doesn't matter, but over here we need to have type. right? This way, now at least I know this will be password and this will be normal. Great. And one more thing that we should do is over here the type should be email for the email one, right? I don't know how did we miss this, but we somehow did. But okay, so now this will be email, name is text, doesn't matter. Now if I sign up on this, we see everything, right? Avi @ password 123 123. Great. So now obviously what you need to do is you need to authenticate the user first, and since the user is clicking on what button, the user is clicking on sign up with using email and password. So this is just the sign up function, right? So now what do we need to do in this function? We just need to authenticate the user, or basically create a new account using email and pass, right? This is what we need to do. So how will you accomplish this? To accomplish this, it's very easy. Just go to Firebase and just search for sign up with email and password Firebase, right? For some reason I believe my system's frame rate is not the best. I try to improve it, but okay, so maybe something is lagging. I can feel it too. Really sorry about that, but okay. So see, what do we have over here? This is the version 9. We are using v9, and all you need to do is you need to call getAuth, and you need to say create user with email and password, and you need to pass the authentication. This is the provider basically, email, and not the provider, sorry, just the auth from your Firebase file, email and password, and that's about it. So let's actually do that, and let's just copy this. All I've done is just simply copied that, right? So firstly, what I would like to tell you guys is, before we actually get started with that, I need you to do all of your conditions, like name.length should not be equal to 0, right? Or I can just say name should not be equal to empty, correct? And email should not be equal to empty, right? And password not equal to empty, and confirm password not equal to empty. Only then will we do this, right? If else, what we'll have to do is we'll have to show the user an error and say that, hey, you need to let's say the password needs to have at least 8 digits, or email needs to be filled. All of these are required fields, whatnot. So how do we do that? We'll be using React Toastify for this library, for this functionality, and it's a very simple library. So go to your terminal, open a new terminal window, and all you need to say is npmi react-toastify, and that's about it, right? So npmi react-toastify. Now this is a very good package, and the documentation is also very nice. I think this is the documentation. You guys will be given the documentation link as well, but the entire point is that this enables you to make very nice toasts, right? And it's very simple. This is the by default toast, right? You guys can change a lot of things. Let's say you can make it toast.success, right? You can change the text, you can change the position, you can change the theme, you can change the auto delay, all of these things, and when you do that, it will keep on changing. If I make it dark mode, click on this, undo this, it'll become dark mode, right? So very simple, and to actually use this, it's also very simple. So just go to the installation thing. We have already done npmi, and all you need to do is just copy these two things, these two imports, go to your app.js, right? Inside your app.js, what you need to do is you need to have this, right? And or I think we can even do this in index.js, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just have your toast container over here, right? Just have a basic toast container over here, cut this part, put this below, right? And now you're done. The only thing that you need to do is you need to create a new toast now. Okay, so once this is done, what you need to do is, let's go back to just this part, right? Just line number 12 and line number 6, and that's about it. And line number 8 also, the styling, right? So now what you need to do is go to a sign in component over here in the else part. If you guys remember, just say toast toast dot error. If it's an error message, just say error, right? And say all fields are mandatory, right? And that's about it. Also, what you need to do is you need to create user with email and password needs to come from Firebase. I hope we have imported that. No, we haven't, so we will have to import that. Let's go back over here and see. All you need to do is just copy this, right? We don't need getAuth though. Okay, so create user with email and password, auth now is coming from .firebase file, right? So if you guys remember, this is a Firebase file and we are already exporting get auth over here, right? So what you need to do is go to your sign in component over here and just import your auth as well, right? And that's about it. So now this is your new user, correct? Let's just console.log this new user so that I can actually just show you guys that the user is being created and the user ID is also given to you guys, right? So we'll say user over here, and if there is some error, right, again all you need to do is say toast dot success, right? Because we are successfully, oh, this is also an error, my bad. So this one's also an error, and all you need to say is error message, just show the error message, right? Otherwise, if our thing was successful, toast.success, and inside toast.success, what do you need to have? Just have simply user created, right? And now let's try this out. So let's go to our Google Chrome, let's go to our Financially app, and over here toast is not defined. Did we not import toast? So import toast from React Toastify like this, and once that is done, let's go to our Google Chrome again and let's try to do it now, right? So avi1 is our thing over here. I'll say avi1@gmail.com password. Let's keep it simple, or actually let's just try this. It's going to say all fields are mandatory. So this is the toast that we are talking about, right? Okay, cool. So the toasts are mandatory, 1 2 3 and 1 2 3. You also need to do a check that your password needs to match the confirmed password. We'll just do that in a second, but okay. If we do that, it shows Firebase should be okay, password should be at least 6 characters. Wow. So Firebase already takes care of that. That is great. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Let's just have 1 2 3 4 5 6. In fact 7 8. I think I keep it 7 8. Now if you do that, it should show us a success toast. Great. And this is the user object that we get. And in this user object, if you see, we get email, we get an auth object, we get all of this metadata, created at, login time, blah blah blah. But what we get mostly is this UID. Now if you guys remember, I told you guys why this UID is important, because we know this UID is going to be, obviously this UID is going to be unique for every account that we make. But the best part is now that if I try to sign up again, it's going to say Firebase error, auth email already in use, right? And if we go to our Firebase, if we go over here and if we go to our financing record, I think this one is the one that we were working on, right? If I go to authentication, I should see my first user as avi1@gmail.com. This is the UID. Great. So our step 1 is done. Our user is being created, right? Obviously we need to work on a few more things, like the fact that once the sign up is done, we need to technically get rid of all of these things. So firstly we'll do that. Another thing that you guys should do is make a loading state. Now, why are loading states important, you may ask? Loading states are important because of the fact that if some action is taking place and it's a promise, we don't want the user to send a request again and again. That's just bad, right? Obviously, for obvious reasons. So what you want to do is create a state called loading. As soon as your sign up with email is called, just say set loading is true, right? And in your catch part of it, in your else part of it, in all of these parts, you need to write set loading as false, right? And I'll tell you why is this important. So over here also false, over here also false, and over here what you also need to do is you need to make sure that your password is equal to confirm password, right? Why is that important? Because obviously your password needs to match the confirmed password, otherwise what was the point, right? So this needs to match. If this doesn't, then I'm pretty sure you guys already know what the error will be. The error will be that password and confirmed password don't match, right? So password and confirm password don't match, right? Great. So all of this is done. Now one last thing that you want to do is, once your this thing is created, your user is created, right? What you also want to do is you want to set all of your variables back to normal. So set confirm password be empty, right? Your set name will be empty, your set email will be empty, all of those things will become empty, right? So set email will be empty, set name will be empty, right? Then what else? Set password will also be empty, right? This way we are also clearing all the values. Great. So now we are clearing the values, we are showing the success messages, we are doing everything. We can definitely check it once more. But one last thing that I wanted to tell you guys was, firstly, the loading state. We have just, we just wrote the logic for it. We haven't written any code for it. So what I want to do is disabled. You want to disable your button if your loading is happening. Since our loading state is a true or false value, if disabled is true, loading will happen. Now we'll have to go to our button, and in this button, in this component, what we'll have to do is we will have to create a disabled prop. And why this disabled prop is important? So that the user does not keep on spamming it, does not click it again and again, right? So this is the first thing. Secondly, what we also want to do is we want to show the user that, hey, something is happening, right? So what you need to do is basically you need to go to this text and say if loading is there, right? Just show loading ... Correct. Similarly over here also, even here you can do the same thing, because we'll have one universal loader for both the things. Loading ... Right. So this way is what happens is, let's say now if you try to do it, let's say I do Avi Vashisht, email is this does not have a 1, so this is the correct email technically. If I, let's do firstly let's do 1 2 3. If I do this, it should say something, all fields are mandatory. Awesome. If I do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 1 2 3 4, it should say email and confirm password do not match. Great. Now if I do 5 6 7 8, now my passwords are correct, email is new, everything is new, right? Okay, so in this case, as you guys can see, now our loading state is false. We haven't written set loading is true, right? And our user is created. I think that state was because I clicked on it. Let me just check once. Yeah, see over here we need to say set loading as false. I see. So that is probably why we are getting that error. And I hope the user was not created. Let's just see. Like I said, my system is lagging a little. I will have to fix that in just a second. Okay, so the user was created. Let's just delete this account once and let's try again. Great. So as you can see the user is created, done, everything else is done. Now let's just try to do it once. avi@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Once you do that, if I click on sign up using email and password, loading happens. When loading is done, the toast happens. If I scroll down, I do see my user object, right? I should see it in just a second. And yes, I do see my user object, right? Great. So this thing is working perfectly. Awesome. So now once this is done, what we need to do is the fact that firstly we still need to take care of the login part. But apart from the login part, what we also need to do is create a document with user ID as the following ID. Right. So now how do we plan on doing that? It's very simple. What you need to do is we'll create one more function called create doc. Right. All of these functions, by the way, you guys can keep in a separate utils or some folder like that, right? Because in this space especially there will be a lot of functions. But anyways, functions, let's say create doc. Okay. Now in this create doc function, what basically is happening is the fact that, okay, so what we need to do is we need to first create a doc, obviously. But now here comes the tricky part. If our if our particular this thing is being created through create user with email and password, we know it's a create user thing. So every time this functions run, we need to create a doc. But when I talk about Google authentication, which I will do in the next class, in that class you need to realize that the function is the same. We don't know if the user is signing up or if the user is signing in when a user logs in using Google, right? It's just built that way, right? So there is no function to actually get the fact that is this user a new user or is this user an old user. Obviously you guys can do created at or something like that, but that will not always match. So what the best way is, before we create a doc, we just make sure that the doc with the UID doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, then we will be creating a doc. I hope this logic makes sense, right? So for now, all you need to do is just do this create doc and pass the user.uid, right? That's all that you need to pass. Great. So if you're or you can just pass the user, honestly speaking, just pass the user. That is good too. User is this object that we have. Right. So right now we're not going to do much with this create doc. We'll do this in the next class. But before we move on to this, what I want to do is I want to tell you guys how are you going to log in the user again. So this was just the sign up part. If you guys remember, we also need to log in the user. So how do we plan on doing that? So if you guys remember, in the idle flow of the website, what was happening was have an account already, click here, right? Okay, so I was already logged in. I'll have to log out. Once I log out, everything should be fine. Okay, so have an account already, click here. So when I click here, then my login on Financially was option was shown, right? So we basically have two modals, technically not modals, we have two diffs. One is the sign up sign in diff and one is the other diff. So now in today's lecture, obviously we're going to do the login part of it. So firstly, the login part is what we need to take care of, and in the second part of this video, what we're going to do is we're also going to create the doc that we talked about. And if time permits, we'll also do the Google authentication. If not, we'll do it in the next class. So without any further ado, let's just get started. Right. So okay, this is the code that we had written last time, and what we wanted to do was we want to create a use state, or basically a flag, if I'm being honest. And through that flag, what we want to do is we want to switch between these two modals. So first things first, what we need to do is the fact that what I'm thinking of doing is either making two components like this, or we can just for time's sake right now, let's just copy this entire form, duplicate it a little, and get done with it. Right, both the options are available to us, and let's see, whatever time permits. I hope you guys will do your part of organizing the code a little bit, because sometimes during the lectures I am not able to follow the ideal steps needed, right, obviously, but I hope you guys will be able to organize this code a little on your end. So anyways, so what we want to do is we want to do a login form and set login form. By default, the login form will be false, because by default we'll assume that the user hasn't really signed up and we want the user to sign up, right? So okay, what we want to do is we want to say if login form is true, right, over here, if login form is true, we want to show them something else, totally something else. If it is not true, we want to show them this thing, right? So basically this entire div. So just copy this, paste it inside over here, and what you guys can also do is the fact that paste this one over here. The only difference will be in the one above, you will have to say login, right, or log into whatever you want to log in on Financially. We don't need the full name now, we just need the email and the password this time. The thing will be, this button will be different now. Instead of sign up, we'll say login using email and password, and instead of this, we'll have to create a login function, login using email. Great. And or login using Google, right? Both of these are login, right? I hope you guys are able to understand that. And one more thing that we'll have to do is, just like this p tag, we'll have to create one more p tag, and this p tag will say already have an account, or have an account already. What is the exact text? Let's just go over here and quickly copy. So yeah, my bad. Okay, or have an account, or don't have an account already, or don't have an account, click here. So this will take us to the sign up part, and over here this one will take us to or have an account already, click here, right? So this way what will happen is we'll have a text right, or have an account already. If I click on this, it should take us to that, otherwise this, right? One more thing that I would like to do is, let's just get rid of this inline styling and give it a class name of p-login, right? Let's go over here and have dot p-login, and okay, so these were the two stylings that we need to give to that, right? We need to say text align this, margin that, text dash line, and we don't need this thing. One thing that we'll also do is we'll say font weight, let's make it 300, so it's a little lighter. Let's give it a font size also of 0.812, right? This way this should be a little more cleaner. And what we will also do is the fact that create one more function, like I told you guys, for the login part. Function login using email, right? I think this was it. And over here also just console.log email, comma email and password. Great. So once we do that, if you guys think about it, this is now looking good, right? And obviously we need to still do the toggling part. So let's just go down below and over here, right? So basically once you need over here and the other time you need over here. Correct? So great. So over here just say on click, and on the click of this what we want to do is we want to say set login form, yeah, set login form as no login form. So basically this is just simply going to flip it, right? So if we click on this, also we need to have one more styling, cursor pointer, because we need to make it clickable. Cursor pointer. Okay, I'll just copy these two things and have that over here as well. Like I said, there is a little bit of code repetition. Please organize the code a little. Okay, if I click on this now, it takes us to login on Financially. If I click on this, it takes us to sign up on Financially. Cool. So now if I go over here and click this, it should ideally just show me these two things. Great, perfect. So it is completely working. Now what we need to do is we need to sign in, right? So again, to sign in, what are we going to do? We're going to refer to the Firebase documentation, right? Login using email and password Firebase. As soon as I write that, pretty sure the first link, you need to go to the first link, and over here you guys will already see what you need to do. Sign in. So the first function was sign up using email and password, and now it is sign in, right? So I just copied the code. We will be pasting the code over here. We don't need auth is there, everything is there. What we do need is the fact that I need to get this sign in with email and password imported from Firebase auth. Right, now obviously I need to write the same if else conditions technically, right? These two things at least should not be empty. So this time, instead of having all of these, we will just have this. We won't need this and we won't need this, right? Just these two are enough. Else toast.error fields are mandatory, right? So then if let's say the person has entered and then they click on it, this is what we do. Now toast.success over here, which will say user logged in. Great. And if not, we will show them the error, toast.error. And what is the error? This error message is the error. Perfect. Right, so what we'll also do is I'll just show the user object over here also, console log user logged in, comma user. Right, so the moment we do that, I believe everything should be working now. I think so it is. Let's just go over here and see. So if you guys remember, what was the authentication that we did? We did avivashist@gmail.com, and the password first. Let's just try this. It should give an error. All fields are mandatory. Great. Let's do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now if I do that, if I click on login using email and password, I do see this auth user.found. So maybe the password was different for that. Let's just go over here and see. Oh, it's avi@gmail.com. I'm so sorry. So see, even that thing it caught on, right? If I go over here and if I do this, now what does it show? User logged in. Great. And this is the user object, and this UID, right? Notice that the UID that we get over here is the same UID that we get over here, right? See, it's the same one. So we are successfully logging in the user as well. Now, one more thing that I did technically not forget is we need to navigate the user when they log in or when they sign up. So you will have to get const navigate from is equal to use navigate, because since we're using v6, right? So of React router DOM, you need to get use navigate. And what we want to do is when the user has successfully logged in, right? Let's say the doc has also been created. We want to navigate them to the dashboard. And that's about it. So this is also completely fine. Don't worry about this. This will now just take the user to the dashboard page, right? So when we're signing in, we don't need to do anything. But when we are signing up, we need to either create a doc if the doc hasn't been created, or obviously take the user directly, right? So both the two things we need to do. So now how do we do that? We are sending our user object, if you guys remember, right? User object contains a UID and all the necessary other details, right? Okay, so what basically we want to do now is the fact that we want to create a doc. And before we want to create a doc, like I said, make sure that the doc with that UID doesn't exist, right? So to do that, the code is actually very, very simple, right? If you want, we can just use Google for that as well. Create a doc in Firebase with user UID, right? No, or let's just do create a doc in Firebase with some UID if it allows us to do that, right? Add data to Cloud Firestore. Let's have a look at this. And over here, what we need to do, okay, this is what we have done. Set doc db this, okay, but we also have the UID, right? So we have that UID. So this is, we can do this, but this will generate a random UID. To make our life simple, what we want to do is we want to pass the UID as well. This. Perfect. So we just need to do await set doc dot db cities and this, right? So if I were to just show you guys how simple it is to do this, let me just call this async await function, and or we can just do dot then also. Let's see, let's just do this. So what we want to do is I want to set a doc. We'll get this function from Firebase. I want to doc, also use doc again from Firebase. db is also coming from Firebase. Instead of cities, I will say users. And what is my new city ID? It is my user.uid. And my data is nothing but it is my user object, right? So we don't want to technically pass the entire user object. What we want is a full name, right? So let's just first see what all things does our this thing contain, right? So let's just scroll up. Will I be able to see that? No. Okay. And for some reason even these things are not properly, ideally these things should come from the other thing. So let's just get that from this, right? So now that error should go away, and full name is not defined, obviously it's not. Okay, so now see, what we want to do is we want to create a user object, and that user object's data is the data that we want to save, right? So how do we do that? If I pass this, we'll pass the entire thing. So instead of passing the entire thing, I just want to send a particular amount of data, right? So how do we do that? So basically what we want to do is we want to create a doc, and result.user sign up with email. Nope. Over here it is just passing the entire user. But we want to pass the name as well, right? This is the object. Great. Okay, so we'll wrap it inside a try and catch as well. So sorry about that, but okay. So see, this is the user object that we want to pass, right? Name will basically be user. Either it will be user dot display name. If user dot display name is not there, it will be name, and I'll tell you why we need to do this. Email is there. Photo URL will basically be user dot photo URL, right? And created ad will be created ad, and yeah, that is about it for now. We will wrap this inside a try and catch. So we'll try to do this. If this doesn't work, we'll catch the error, and what do we want to store? We want to say toast.error is equal to e.message. Great. And if this works, toast.success is equal to doc created, right? And ideally you don't need to show this toast, but okay. And okay, so this is also done. Now, like I told you guys, before we do this, we will also fetch once and see if the doc that we want exists or not, right? So how do we do that? Okay, so basically to do that, this is what we're doing, right? And all right, this is it, just this much. So okay, what we want to do is we want to first check, right? Like I told you guys, if the doc exists, only then do this, right? If the user does not exist, so we'll create a user ref. I'll get users, and I'll get the particular doc from user.uid, and I'll get that particular doc as well. Now when I get that doc from the reference, if that exists, we don't want to create anything. And what I can do is I can already say something like else over here, and I can say toast dot error, throw an error saying that hey, the doc already exists. Right, now let's try to do this. Right, if you guys remember, on signing up with email we are already passing our create doc function, correct? So I don't think so this should be an issue. Let's just try to do this now. Okay, let's go to Google Chrome. Created at is not defined. It should be user dot created at. I am so sorry for that. User dot created at. Great, perfect. And this will be the same, doesn't matter. Let's just do it this, it's better. Right, so now let's sign up first. So I'll say John, let's create John's account. John@Gmail. Password will be 12345678, 12345678. As soon as I do that, loading, everything happens. Let's just see. User created, function set doc called with invalid data, found in field created at. So created at is apparently invalid. Let's have a look as to what is created at. Created at is technically metadata, and inside that it is there. Okay, so we will have to do something else for the created at part. Oh, created as is a new date. I am so sorry, guys. Created at is just a new date, so just put the new date thing. My bad. So yeah, just new date, I believe, and that's it. Let's try to do this again. Now the thing is, if you try to sign up with it, it's going to say that the user already exists. So John 2, this will be John 2, password is 12345678. I hope this works. Loading. Okay, user created, doc created. So even the doc was created. Let's see, was the doc actually created or not? And let's go to a Firestore database, and what do we see is we see a users collection with this UID, right? And we see everything perfect. Now what I wanted to show you guys was, is this working or not? So how do we do that? We'll go to our login part, and inside login part, let's just try to do this. Let's just say I want to create a doc using my this thing, right? Ideally you're not supposed to do this, obviously, but let's just say we try to do it. Even if we try to do it, should it work or not? Let's go back and let's log in, right? And the thing will be John 2. Even if I try to do it, it will give me an error saying that hey, user logged in, doc already exists. It did log in the user, but the doc already exists, so the doc wasn't really created. So this is also fine. So again, let's get rid of this, and everything is working just fine. One more thing that I realized that we did not do using while we were logging in was the fact that we did not really set our loading states. So set loading over here, and we'll set it as true as soon as the user tries to create an object. If it is successfully created, set it as false. Right, over here also set it as false, over here also set it as false. Great. And over here obviously we need to do set loading again as true as well, and we need to set it as false if it's done, right? If there's error, set it as false. If there's error, set it as false. Right, now even the loading is working. So I hope you guys did understand, and the fact that whatever object we sent, that object looks like this. Right, now the only thing that is left is to do our authentication using Google, right? Using the auth provider that is there in the Google. We're just going to sign up using Google provider, and we're also going to do one more thing. We're going to start using React Firebase hooks, which is an npm package that allows us to easily just it has certain hooks that we can use to just understand the state of what the user is. Because if you guys notice what happens on the hosted website that I have, if I, let's say, sign up or sign in, right? If I sign up and sign in using Google or using the sign in method also, it doesn't really matter what method I use to sign in. Once my authentication is done, right, and my user is inside, till I log out, even if I delete this tab, come again after some time, right? Financially was the website. Even if I come to the website, it takes me back to my dashboard, right? So that is basically done using React Firebase hooks, because it has a hook for the user state. It sees if the user was last logged in or not, and if the user hasn't logged out, the user is still there, it'll use a use effect function, or we'll make a use effect function to log in the user again, right? So it's a very smart thing. We'll be doing two things in this entire lecture. So firstly, let's take care of the sign up using Google part. So how do we do that? To do that, what you need to do is just obviously Google sign up using Google Firebase, and it will show you a simple function which is for authentication of using Google, right? So first things first, what you will have to do is sign up with pop-up. I think this is the only one, or sign up with the redirect is also there. I believe Google Firebase had changed all of these. Let's just do pop-up then. Okay, so basically what you need to do is just copy this part, and that should be good, right? Just copy this, go to your VS Code. We will be creating a function for a sign up using Google or sign in using Google. It's the same thing. So now with Google, there's only one function, right? So I'll just say Google auth in this and just paste this code. So sign up with pop-up is something that we need to get. Auth is something we already have. The provider is something that is being exported in our Firebase, right? Google Auth provider, I don't think so. Okay, I'll get that as well. So now I think it contains all of the things that we have, and console.log user and user. So this will show us the user. So now all we need to do is, I told you, like I said, the code is very simple. Just go to your login and sign up using Google buttons, and on the click of that, you just need to pass that function, and that is about it. So on the click of this, we'll just pass this, right? Even over here, we need to pass that. Right, great. Now one last thing that I would like to do is again toasts and the loading state. We haven't done both in this case. So just say set loading is true as soon as we start with it, right? Then we want to wrap this inside a try and catch, right? Try being whatever you want to try, and if catch sees something, we'll say catch dot, toast dot error e dot message. No if and else needed in this. Very straightforward, right? Over here also do the same thing, and toast dot error, toast dot success, sorry, this is the success one, success user authenticated, right? And similarly this will have a toast dot error, right? And I believe the error message is this. That's it. We don't really need all of these things. Doesn't matter, right? Great. So we can now try to do this. Let's see if this works or not. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, we'll have to see as to why is it not working. Sign up with Google. Let's see, what do we have? Okay, so the pop-up is opening. That is a good sign. Financy rec is also there. That is good. Let's log in using this account, because I'm pretty sure we haven't used this account till now. As soon as we do that, user authenticated. Great. So the user was authenticated, and we should also see that in the logs, and perfect. So we see it in the logs as well. The provider ID is Firebase, display name is there, email is there, email verified is there, phone number is not there, photo URL is now finally here. Now, and this photo URL is the URL that I was talking about, and this will be the DP of the person, right? So Firebase this is the good thing about Google Auth, right? This is my DP, right? So okay, this is what we need to do. Now obviously we can, since the user is authenticated, all we need to do is just call the create dog function, right? And we just need to pass our user, and that will take care of everything ideally. That should ideally take care of it. Just one more thing, this is photo URL. Let's just see, this is photo URL, right? So if we go to create doc, this does have photo URL. Great, perfect. So this will work like a charm perfectly, I believe. And yeah, great. So the only thing that is left is for us to navigate this user once the authentication is done. Navigate it to dashboard, and that is about it. So now also, did I not set loading as false? So we need to do that as well. I'm so sorry about that. As false. Great. So now see, let me refresh, and even if I log in again using that account, right, nothing really will happen. The doc will not be created again because the doc is already created, right? So maybe it gives an error. I don't remember if we have that error or not. Let's just try to log in again, but our authentication will work. And the fact of the matter is that the account is going to reflect in our Firebase thing. It takes us over there, right? And it created the doc as well. I think this is the first time it's creating the doc. Last time we didn't have that code. So let's go back and let's try to log in again. Now I think it will not create a doc, and maybe it gives an error, maybe it doesn't. Let's have a look. Right, so if I do this now, it should say that user authenticated. Definitely the user will be authenticated again, but the doc already exists. Perfect. Right, so since the doc already exists, we did not create a new doc. We are using the old doc, right? And that's the best part about this. So if I go over here and if I refresh, is there a refresh button on this? If I refresh, our users collection will now contain all the docs that are there, right? So I think according to me there should be 3 4 something like that. Let's have a look. So okay, two only, and this is the new one that we did, right? And if you look at it, the sign up created at is 11:6:51, right? We are almost at 11:08 now, so this is perfect. uh, and if you want to check it again, I can log in again at 1 minute later, and we'll see that the doc is not going to get created again, right? Let's wait for a minute. Okay, now let's go here again, and let's see if I go over here, right? It takes me there, and obviously the doc wasn't created, so doc already exists. If I go over here, right, it still shows me 6:51. It's not showing me 11:08, right? So that is exactly what we wanted to do. So our doc is getting created, our authentication, Google authentication is also working. Even if I try to log in, let's go back and try to log in using our email account, or log in using Google over here. Even if I do this, even though the function is the same, it will work both ways, right? So that's the best part about Google Auth, is that it just takes one account and that's it, right? Like one button and that's it, one function and that's it. Again, user was authenticated, and this doc already exists. Toast is something that I believe we can get rid of because we don't need to show that, right? And perfect. So let's just not show this, and good. So you are officially authenticating the user. Now, one thing that we talked about was React Firebase hooks, and that is also very simple to do. Right now what is happening is, when we go to this page, right, when we are going here, it is not really taking me to the dashboard page, even though I am logged in. I don't want the user to come again and again and log in. If the user has logged in, why not just log the user in directly? So for that, we are using what we call as React dash Firebase dash hooks, right? And this is a very good package, right, and widely available. So if I show you guys, its documentation is also very cool, and very simple to do. So firstly, we'll go to a terminal and we are going to say npm I, so npm space I, React Firebase hooks. So let's just install React Firebase hooks, right? And see, so npm I React Firebase hooks, that's fine. Authentication hooks. So this is the hooks, that the only hook, there are a lot of hooks, but the only hook that we'll be using is the authentication hook, right? When we do that, let's go over here and I'll just show you what you need to write. So literally just one line. So this is all you need to write, and this will tell you if your user is there or not. And that is the best part about this thing. So just copy this code, go to your VS Code and go to your header, since our header is going to be there in both the pages, right? So what you want to do is, you want to go over here, do this, and you ideally don't even need to have a loading state, but if you do have a loading state, that'll be really nice. You should, I would say. Okay, so we'll import our auth from our Firebase thing, right? We'll import our use auth state from React Firebase hooks. I hope that was installed properly. It was. Then why is this not auto importing? Let me get it from, yeah, great. So you'll have this over here, and now your user and loading is already there. So basically what you need to do is, you need to have a use effect, right? And in your use effect, you're going to have user comma loading. So loading user, and all you're going to say is, if user is there, right? And technically you need to put that if you're already not in the dashboard, so obviously don't do that, but navigate to the dashboard / dashboard, and that is about it. That is all that you need to do, right? So it will get the fact that if the user is already authenticated, if the user is already authenticated, we'll just navigate the user to the dashboard, right? All you need to do is over here write const navigate is equal to use navigate, right? And this will be from React router DOM. Great, perfect. And over here also, now the best part is you can say if user is there and then show the logout. Otherwise, there's no point in showing the logout button, right? Perfect. So if we go to my Google Chrome and if I go over here, this will now take me to the dashboard page. If I go back, what it does is goes over here, takes me back to the dashboard page. If I get rid of it, get rid of this manually. So let's say if I go for the first time to my website, it goes over here for a split second, it shows this page, but then it is automatically going to take me to the dashboard page because my user is logged in, right? And that is about it. If you want, you can use the loading state, by the way, and if you can say if the loading state is loading, right? So you can basically show the loader, make a loader or something like that. It's very simple to do. You can even have it over here if you want, but right now it's not really needed since there's not a lot of data, but ideally you should be using this loading state, but this is also fine, right? So now if you go to the dashboard page, and inside this dashboard page, if I put in my header, right, this is the best part now. So you will see that I have a logout button now. And the best part is if I log out, I shouldn't really have my logout button, right? And yeah, that's about it. So how are we going to do that? Very, very simple again. So if you want to authenticate someone, it is also given right below this, and the authentication is the easiest part. Just do sign out auth. That's it. So go to your header. If you guys remember, this is the logout function that we had. Over here, just write a try and catch. Ideally, I don't think so there's anything that goes wrong with logout ever, but okay, let's just still have a try and catch. So sign out will be from Firebase auth, and then if the user is signed out, we want to navigate the user back to the normal page, right? And again, toast.success, I guess. Logged out successfully, right? If this doesn't work, that means something is wrong. So just put an error over here and say toast.error, error.message, right? And that is about it. So now basically if we go to our Google Chrome, and in this tab, if I click on logout, it should log me out immediately, logged out successfully. Now if I refresh, it doesn't really take me back to my dashboard page. That is no longer happening. Why? Because the user is not logged in, right? Whereas if I sign up, let's say I sign up, sign in, whatever, and if I sign up and sign in, correct, let's say using any authentication, doesn't matter. As soon as I sign in, this will obviously take me to the dashboard page because the code is written in that way, right? But let's say now, since I'm logged in, even if I get rid of this and enter, it will take me to this page for a millisecond, and then it will immediately take me there. And that is the best part about this, right? So the hook works like a charm. It works very smoothly. I hope you guys understood, and that was it. So now whenever your user comes back to the website, the authentication is now complete. The user can sign up using email, sign up using Google, log in using email, log in using Google. We're creating the user doc. We are also handling the state of the fact that if the user was previously logged in, take them directly to the dashboard. If the user was not logged in, nothing will happen. But if you press on logout, then the user will go back to the login page, right? So our authentication flow is actually now perfect, and the only thing that we need to take care about now is just the dashboard part. And the dashboard part is actually not that difficult as well. All it contains is 3 divs over here. Each div has a modal, right? On the clicking of add income, add expense, we're opening a modal, entering data and putting in there. When we put it there, it creates a new collection transactions inside the user doc, right? I have already shown you guys this. So the transactions are technically inside the user's document, and this will fetch as an array of objects. Every object will contain all of this data, and that is it. Once we are done with this part, Then handling the table, handling the sorting, exporting, importing, all of these things are really not going to take a lot of time. But first things first, since now our dashboard page is done, we'll be starting off with this part, right? We'll be handling the charts in the end. I just want to deal with this part, then fetching of data, do this part, export and import, and the handling of the chart we'll do towards the end of the project. And in this video, we're going to finally get started with our dashboard page. Now, if you guys remember, in the last video, we implemented React Firebase hooks, and now we have the state of the user. So we know if, even if you're not on the dashboard page directly, or if you're on the normal landing page, if the user is authenticated, we take the user to the dashboard page, right? So now you need to understand how this entire website is going to work. We can also show the URL, by the way, of the user. That's also easily possible. But anyways, so see, what you need to do is you need to understand that what are these three things, right? These three things are cards, and by the way, this card has been made using &design. I'll teach you all about it. &design is something that we'll be using for our component library this time, and even for our chats, right? And installing &design is the easiest thing. You just need to do npmi or npm install &design. So first things first, let's go to our VS Code, and this is our application. Let's just do npm install and d. Right, this will install our &design. Now, just like MUI, if you guys have used MUI, it is also very simpler, similar. You just have to use import, suppose date picker, and just return this, and this will return your date picker object. There are a lot of components in &design, right? And okay, let's go to the components part. There are a lot of components starting from general. There are buttons, icons, typographies, right? What we'll be mostly using is the rows to make a row, right? We'll be having certain cards to make the cards, and all of those things, right? So firstly, layout is the one where you want to go, and grid layout space. No, there's one for a row as well. Let's have a look at where the row is, because that is where. So see, this is the card that we want to use, right? It's a very simple card, correct? um, this is the card title, card content, all of those things are there, right? I cannot find row, but I do know there's a row something in &design, and that's how we'll be making our component, right? So first things first, let's just design this, right? And then we'll deal with modals and all those things. Even the modal we'll be using &design modals, right? Very simple. So this is what our website looks currently. We need to add this component, which is our first priority. So how do we do that? Now all you need to do is just let's make our first component firstly. So over here, let's just say cards. All the three cards will be in the same thing. So cards, index.js, and styles.css. Even though we don't really need a styles this time, but let's just make it for the sake of it, right? Okay. So now RFCE, right? Cards, we'll be saying import dot slash styles.css, which will contain all of our styles. And now all I need to do is go to our dashboard page, and over here just have cards, right? This thing. So if I go to my localhost, we do see our cards. Everything is working just fine. So now how do you implement this? Like I told you guys will be importing row from &design. See, and inside row you'll be having a card again from &design. Right, now this card takes a lot of things. Firstly, let's do the title. So the title of the card is, let's do card title, right? Let's just see what this gives. If we go to our Google Chrome now, instead of this we should see our card. Just a second, do I need to refresh? Yeah, it is compiling for some reason. Let's just wait for it to compile. If this doesn't work idly, I think we are also supposed to add an styling inside of our CSS, but we'll just have a look at that later. But anyways, see, so this is the card title and this is the card content. So you'll have content as well, you can have card images as well, you can have all of those things, right? This is the card that we would ideally want. And if I look at the code of it, very simple card. You can even have something called hoverable apparently. Hoverable style is this, cover is this, and yeah, inside of whatever the card is, that is our title. So as you guys can see, this becomes my card, right? Now I can just have a content as well. So the content of the card will go inside of the card, I believe. And now over here I can have something like let's say current balance is $0. If I do this, you guys will notice that this should come inside here. Yeah, and that's about it. Right, if I give this a class name, I can give this a class name and I can give it any styling that I want to. So I can give this a class name and say my card, my dash card. And what I would want from my dash card is also something very, very simple. I would just want my card to have, let's say, a box shadow, right? So if you guys remember, our box shadow code is also very simple. We have already made a variable for our box shadow, correct? As soon as I do that, this box shadow should have appeared. Is the variable right? It's just shadow. So dash dash shadow. The moment I do that, we do see a shadow. Obviously, this doesn't look the best right now. So even the row, we can give this a class name, and I can say my dash row, and this row will basically be a flex, correct? Display flex. Display flex. Justify content space between so that everything is far apart, right? Align item center so that everything is centered. And what I will also do is I'll give this a margin. Let's do of 2rem, I believe that is nice, and a width of 90% would be nice, and margin of auto to our this will make it horizontally centered, right? So this looks better now, right? And even the card we can give a min width. So we can give a min width of, let's do 400 pixels maybe. Let's see how that looks, right? 400 pixels is a lot, so maybe 300 pixels, right? And this is how our card looks, right? So if you guys can imagine, this is basically what we're going to do with our card, right? And that's about it. Right now it doesn't look the best because there are a lot of signs that we need to do, right? Instead of the title is fine. I can just have, I think, current balance it says. So current dash balance over here, right? This should get updated to current balance soon. And yeah, current balance. And over here I need to say just show the rupee sign. So just have the rupee sign over here instead of this, right? And also have a button. So what we need to do is, this is the best part about and design, is the fact that you can keep on just mixing things, right? So I can also use typography obviously, but this is also fine. And then we'll have a custom button, not the MUI, sorry, and design button, and the text will say reset balance, and this will automatically expand for the entire thing, right? See, great. The only thing that we need to do is I will give this my card some styling as well. So I'll say dot my card p tag, and I'll say margin is 0, right? This way things will start to get a little better. Even this my card, I need to reduce the padding of it a little bit. So I think 0.2 rem. Let's have a look at how that looks. Didn't really matter much. This okay. So then I need to say my okay. So now I need to obviously style this title as well. So how will I do that? All I need to do is just inspect element, go over here, inspect this. You will realize this is ant dash card dash head title, right? So I can basically just copy the styling only, and I can just do this, and I can say something like margin 0, right? And this should reduce that a little, correct? Maybe I need to say important over here. Still it didn't. Just a second. Is it the padding? Oh, the title never had any margin. My bad. So if we increase it, will it also increase? Yeah, so it is technically working. Anyways, so I hope you guys are understanding what I just want to say, right? I can even say font weight is this, right? Uh, Great. And I need to say, so my card needs to have a font family of our Montserrat, if I'm correct. So this one, right? Perfect. So yeah, that's basically about it. You just need to do such tweaks. Maybe if I say blue is true, it'll become blue, right? The button will become blue, and this is the button that we needed. So just like that, we can basically make our entire card look exactly like this. and I'll just copy the code for it. I won't really take a lot of time in the styling part. That is something that is relative. But okay, let me just explain. So this is basically what our card components looks like right now. We I have a special card styling that I'm providing to these cards, right? If I say bordered true, there will be a border, and if I show you the card style, I'll also show you that card style. So this is the card style that we have chosen, right? So I can easily just copy this and go to our VS Code firstly and apply it to the main card. So dot my card, right? So I'll just go over here and do this to that, and obviously over here I need to have dash. Instead of all the commas, I will have simply these things: min space width, border dash radius, box shadow. This will be var dash dash shadow. Correct. All of these apostrophes need to go. Perfect. So the moment I do that, my card does look like this, right? The width I need to control. Oh, maybe because we just have one card, so we technically need to have three cards like this, right? One, two, three. The moment I do that, all of these cards should be fine, and there we go. Right. So just like that, our entire card is there. If I say bordered, I think there was one more thing in the VS Code. So if I say, I think bordered was it, let's go back to our cards.js over here. So even see, this is the same thing that we did. I did flex wrap and gap. So let's just add these two things in the styling of our row as well. Right. So just basic stuff. I'm pretty sure most of you guys will be able to do it on your on your own directly only. But still, let's just quickly get done with these. Right. Okay. Yeah, I think we can get rid of this. Great. So this looks much more better. And right. So now our even our current balance shows, everything shows. What we can also do is I can get rid of this, make it a little lighter also if you guys want, as you guys can see that. Right. I think 500 or 600 works the best. And okay. So what we need to do is we just need to style it exactly. So okay. So as you guys can tell, this is what we are doing, right? So what I will do is I'll just simply copy all of these things, this entire thing, and I'll just paste it. So this will basically be my entire row, right? I won't do the row part of it. Hmm, did I not copy properly? Hmm. Okay, great. So the row part we don't need since we already have the row. And for the card styles, we won't really do card styles. I'll just send in the class name that we had made, right? So the class name that we had made was, I believe, my card. So just say class name is equal to my dash card, and just like that our styling should be good. And this is how the entire thing looks. Obviously there are a lot of values that we don't have, but the entire point is that we will be passing these as props. So basically, like on click we have a reset method, we have an income modal, expense modal. All of these things are coming in the future. Right now this is not really needed, so we can technically just get rid of all of these on clicks, and we can just hard code values, and in the future we'll just fix this, right? Okay, I think more or less this is it. And even these three values, let's just make it all 0, 0, 0. Sorry, 0. Right. So this is how it looks right now. Current balance is not defined. Am I missing one more thing? I think no, we are good to go. Yeah, this is how it looks. And okay, I should not do this. Where did the last button go? Oh, so last time I believe I had a div. So instead of the div, this time we'll just have a simple button, right? We have a button component that we have, and I don't need to give this thing. Mm, I believe this is also not needed, right? And instead of this button, this is also a button. Okay, so we don't need this more or less. We just need this. Great. And the text will be whatever is over here, right? And that's about it. Great. So the text is equal to this, and just like that, our entire thing is now complete. Okay. So since this is done, I need to say blue is equal to true as well, because that looks better. Mm, blue is true. Right. So with this, our cards are done. Now, what we need to take care is of the take care is basically the fact that we need to make the modals now, and on the creation of the modals, we will be also creating our transactions. So now, how do we do that? Now, just like we were dealing with our balances and incomes and everything, we just need to deal with the transactions part of it. Right. So we just need to create a simple modal, and that's about it. Now, how do you create a modal in design? Creating a modal in design is also very, very, very simple. It's basically like any other modal. What you need to do is, I think I have modals as well. So, okay, have a look at this. So a modal is nothing but you just need to create a modal, right? The visibility part of the modal is just a use state which is just true or false, and that's about it. So just a use state that we need to toggle. If I click on true, it needs to be true. If I make it false, it needs to be false. So if I show that part to you, ignore all of this code. Like I said, it's not okay. So see, I have a function for show income modal. I have a function for show. I'm pretty sure show expense modal, right? I have handle expense modal cancel, and I have handle income modal cancel. So I just need to copy these four things, and I also need to get my use state. My use state is just a true or false, just this, right? So just copy these 4 5 things, go to your VS Code, paste them, and I'll tell you what exactly are we pasting. Right? Go to your dashboard over here, finally make some use states and make some functions. So okay, have a look at this now. So basically what you have is you have four functions: show expense, show income, handle expense, handle income, cancel, right? So we just need to copy income first, right? And technically we need to send all of them in our cards because our cards will be triggering these functions, right? And that's about it. So okay, just pass all of them directly only, and what you need to do is just this. So now we're basically passing all of the functions, and on the click of the different buttons, what we want to do is we want to show the modal or show the income, and that's about it. I believe we don't need to send the cancel ones. I'm really sorry about that. We just need to send these two because on the click of the button, we just need to show the modals, right? And similarly, I'll just quickly create a modal for you guys using design only. And creating a modal is very, very simple. So just say visibility over here. I think this has been deprecated, but okay. And the visibility will be is, let's have one for is income visible, right? And the other one will be for this. So income, right? I'll copy this, paste this, and the other will be is this. And that is about it. So now once this is done, this needs to be expense. Let's have a look at our code. So we are already passing these two things, right? Let's go to our cards, and basically what we want to do is we want to on the click of the two buttons, you want to do these two things, right? So I'll just copy these two functions. So basically this and this I need to copy, and on the button of add income, I just need to say on click, right? And over here I just need to say on click, correct? So over here and here I just need to paste the two things. So great, right? So now ideally what is supposed to happen, this is fine. So now ideally what is supposed to happen, as soon as I click on this, I should see the modal, and I do see the modal, right? If I click on OK or cancel, nothing really happens. I need to take care of that by handling the use state, right? So right now it's not really going away. Why is that happening? Because our modal takes in a special parameter called as handle cancel, I believe. Let's see, what is it called? Handle cancel. No. Okay, let's see. What is it exactly called? On cancel. So we have footer on cancel, and we have a title and this. Okay, let's just do with deal with this then. So basically, these are all the props that we need to pass to style it properly and everything. Just pass in this, and this will be good, right? The only thing is that the expense one will have the expense, and this one will have the is income modal visible. Perfect. So now the moment we do this, our modal becomes visible. If I click on cancel, it goes away as well. Right. So that is all that we need to do. And if we think about it, on the cancel of it, we are just setting the visibility to false, and on the showing of it, we're just putting the visibility as true. And that's about it. Right. So, okay, great. So these are just the two modals, and every modal will have a form, right? And that's about it. So before we get started with that, what I would want to do is I would want to create my modals folder, and this folder will have two modals. One is the show expense modal, or add expense, I think, add expense.js, and the other will be the add uh, income.js, right? So one will be my income modal. Mm, add income. For some reason, the I of this is not happening. Add income, and the other one will be add expenses, right? And that's about it. Now both of these modals will basically have the same code in actual essence, and what we need to do is on the just on the adding of the income part, we need to do something. So I'll just quickly show you. This is how our modal form should look like. If I click on this, it just need to show this, this, all of these fields, and as soon as I click on add income, it should just add the income, right? And that is the basic flow. If I click on total expenses, this is this. As soon as I click on add expenses, it should add the expense, and that is what we are basically trying to do, right? So again, this just contains nothing, but it just contains a simple form, and I'll just show you what that form looks like, right? That is also something which is very, very standard. So okay, we are adding a lot of things from our design, so I'll discuss them one by one, don't worry. So see, this is my add expense.js. I'll have this over here. And okay, so have a look at this. So what we are doing is, firstly, we are obviously importing all of our elements. We need a button, we need a modal, we need a form, inputs, date picker, select, right? The three forms that it takes is on finish, handle expense cancel, and is modal visible. Is modal visible is basically for the visibility. Handle expense cancel is basically to cancel the modal, as you guys know. And on finish is basically the function that we want to trigger when the form has been filled, right? So when we submit the form, so we are also using an and design form over here, and that form looks like this. So it takes this form use form state, and this basically state is just to handle different things of the form. This is not really needed. The layout is vertical, meaning all of the elements will be vertically aligned. On finish, these are the values, and we are sending these values to this on finish function that we have created, right? As you guys can see, this is a prop, right? Then form.item, we have a simple label, simple name, rules. Rules basically are to say that this particular item needs to be required, and this is the message if we don't really do it properly or not. And that's about it. Form.item over here says, again, so we have a form item for label, for amount, all of these things, right? And at the end of the day, in my dashboard.js, what I need to pass is add expense modal, right? And the two three things that it needs to take are basically all the two three things that we already have with us, right? Except for that one function that we still have to make, correct? So how does that look? Let's just go. See, this is basically what we need, right? And I will also create an on finish function, so don't worry about that. But okay, so we are basically calling in our income modal also. So let me copy the code for that, and I'll just explain all the code together, don't worry. Okay. Alright, so this is basically the add income modal that we have, and this is also more or less the same thing, right? It also has cards, columns, rows, buttons, modal, everything from our design. We are creating a form. This is actually a very standard practice. We have an is income modal visible, this visible. The only thing is on finish, and that is the function that we need to create. Otherwise, we're just creating a simple modal form. And I know this might sound or look tricky because so far we haven't, but yeah, that is basically about it. So I wouldn't really worry about all of this stuff, right? Okay, great. So now what we will be doing is we'll be going to our dashboard page, and over here we just need to create an on finish function. And for now, I would say just create a simple on finish function which will just console log all the values that you have, or just say on finish or something, right? So this takes two things. One is the value, and the other is what kind of thing is being done. So console.log on finish, and the two things that it takes is basically value. If you guys think about it, over here we have values and income, right? This income is basically the type of transaction, and values is the values part of it, right? So let's just go over here and have values comma type, right? So this type, like I said, is just the type of the transaction, and that's about it. Okay, so all cool. So now if we idly go to a Google Chrome and try to fill it, something is wrong. Add income modal is not defined. Let me import this as well from my modals folder. And now if I click on this, we do see, this is strange. Has this not, hmm, okay. So for some reason, this is not really reflecting. Already including file name, but we haven't included it so far. Something seems to be off. Great. As you guys can see, this is working, right? Okay. So basically, this is the form that we are talking about. I need to style it properly, but as you guys can see, it shows. Please input the name of the transaction, right? If I go over here and do not do anything, if I say this is going to say something, no, it doesn't. It won't really let me do anything. Please input the name of the amount. Okay. Date again. I cannot just randomly put anything. I need to select a date, right? Similarly, a tag. The tag options are just salary, freelance, investment. This is also something that I'll discuss, and that's about it. So this is how that looks. This is my final button. If I click on this, it will run the on finish function. And let's have a look at that on finish function now. The on finish function is also something which is very, very simple, right? Uh, let's click on this. Please input the name. Let's say this is the name. Add income. As you can see, name, etc. Everything is there, and even the date is there in some format that we don't know. But yeah, that's about it, right? So see, that is how simple it is to deal with and design forms. I know I really did a little bit of code copying, but if you just go over here, it's at the end of the same thing, right? If you go over here, have a look at a form. This is how you would create a basic form, right? We let the page load, and yeah. So now in this video, we obviously have to, first things first, we need to fix all of the styling that we have for all of our modals. And once that is done, then we'll move forward to the part where we add these transactions into the doc, the users doc that we have. And inside that doc, we need to create another collection, and that is basically where we will be adding all of this information, right? But first things first, everything will start from the basic level, right? So firstly, we need to fix the styling. So now how do we do that? If you noticed, in all of these forms, we have a few classes, and this is the class that we have, a custom input class. So firstly, let's just quickly copy this styling. And the reason why, right, so we seem to have a lot of styling for our custom input. So one is this, the other is this, we have this as well, we have this as well. So I think just four, and I've copied all four. And now ideally, if I just paste this inside my index.css, it should work. So let's just do that and see what we have. If I go over here now everything does seem to be of the right order. Great. And one last thing that we should do is that in my modals, I think I've given them a class name of where did the class name go? Okay, so basically in this modal only, what I would like to do is, or for the title, more or less, there is a little difference in this title and this title, as you guys can see, right? So, oh, I understand. So even in this modal, we're not using the same font. That is what the issue is. Huh. So, that is strange. How are we planning on fixing that? Why is my styles not? Let me see what all are the places where I've written index.css, and where all have I done this. Let's see. Only two times over here. What about having Montserrat? Okay, just these two times was enough. And over here we have imported this. Let me see if I import this and is that any different. So basically, like I was telling you guys, there's one more thing that you need to do, which is importing of and design.css. mm, nope, I believe this is, we'll do this when we deal with charts. We don't need to do this right now. Anyways, more or less, our even over here it's back to the normal thing. We will have to see something is wrong. Maybe in my dashboard I'm doing that. Let's see, inside a dashboard.js somewhere have I done the part of making everything Montserrat, but I cannot seem to find it. Yeah, see, these are all the three places where I've done that, and for some reason it works over here, but over here it is not. I'll have to definitely have a look at this, and I'll let you guys know as to what is missing. But anyways, let's just continue for now. So see, ideally what's happening is we fix the styling, let's say, and now I create an income. So I'll say income one, right? Amount is 1,000 rupees. Date is, let's say today is the date, or 10th May is the date, and this is my freelance. As soon as I click on add income, what should happen is basically it should trigger a Firebase function, and it should add that particular uh, add this particular object that we have into the thing, right, into our Firebase Firestore. So how do we do that? So again, obviously we'll be googling. So let's just say add a collection inside a doc in Firebase, and let's see if this is available over here or not. So see, obviously we'll initialize everything, add a doc, everything, that is fine. But what we need to do is we need to add, like I said, we need to add a particular doc inside a collection, inside the doc of a collection. Basically, that is what we need to do. So okay, so look over here. I think over here we are getting no, this is not it. Update a document, add doc method, that is fine. Update doc, server timestamp, update fields in a nested object, something like this we'll have to do, right? So something like this. Yeah, look at this, db.collection users, then we get the particular doc of with the UID that we have, and then we add another collection inside of it, right? So that is what we need to do, right? And honestly, I can just show you the exact function that we have, and it's a very simple straightforward function. So have a look at this. So if you guys remember, this was, we had created an on finish function, or we had to create that, right? So I'll just go over here and just paste this, and I'll explain that function easily. So again, we have two things, we have values and type. This is my new transaction. I will not be doing all of these things. Correct, I don't think so. This is necessary, and this is all that we need. Okay, have a look at this. So basically what we have done is we are also using moment in this, by the way. Okay, so see, what we need to do is we need to say on finish we are getting the values. The values is the object that we have. Type is the type of the transaction. It could either be an income or it could be an expense. This is the date. We are creating the date from moment values.date. So values is an object, right? Values.date will give me the date. Values.amount will give me the amount. Values.tag will give me the tag. Values.name will give me the name, right? Dot format YYY is obviously just to keep it formatted. And this add transaction is another function that we'll be creating, and this add transaction function is basically going to add the doc. Right, now we just need to deal with this transaction is the transaction object. If you guys remember, we just need to pass the transaction object, and that's about it, right? If I go to my add transaction, this is it. This is all that I need to do. It's an async function, right? Let me show it to you guys. Okay, so this is an async function, and all right, have a look at this. This is an async function that takes transaction as a prop, right? We are saying try and catch. We have a try and catch, completely fine. Const doc ref will be await add doc. So we have already used this add doc function before. Collection. So we are getting the collection. We are basically adding a collection uh, inside. We are adding this doc inside a collection, basically inside the collection of users slash user.uid. What is this user? Where is this user coming from? This user is coming from, again, if you guys remember, our React router hook. So const user is equal to auth use auth state, and I think I need to just pass my auth. That's about it. So this user is coming from there, right? And yeah, user.uid and then slash transactions will mean another collection inside of it, and then we are adding the transaction object that we are passing, and that's all that you need to do, right? So once we're done with that, we can get the docref.id. This will just show that the document was written. Toast.success will show that the toast was done, and that's about it, right? And yeah, this should work. So see, basically what the flow is that the user comes over here, moment, toast, many, all of these things were not defined. I think many is gone. We don't need many anymore. We need to import toast, and for some reason moment is, it's showing moment is not defined. How is moment not defined? Let's go over here and see where is our moment. Okay, so we have installed moment. So I will have to say npmi moment and import moment from moment. So we are also using moment. Great. So if you guys didn't know what is this moment is basically this package which allows us to create a global time object, right? And that's about it. It's nothing too complicated. Don't worry about it. So we'll just say npmi moment, and this should install moment for us, and then we should be good to go. So basically I'll explain the flow again, don't worry. So if I tell you the flow is that we have a simple form. On the finish of that form, we're passing this function, and on finish we basically have values and type. Values is the object that we have. Type is basically nothing but it is the type, right? We need to say the type. Is it an income or is it an expense? Why do we need to do that? Because we need to differentiate it, right? If I show you guys what transactions look like, the transactions will basically be an array, right? We'll have transactions as an array of objects, and every object will have a type. It could be income, right? It will have an amount. The amount could be, let's say, this much, right? It will have a tag. The tag could be salary or investment or whatever. It will have a name. The name will be obviously the name, so income one, right? And it will have a date. Date will obviously be, let's say, 2023 05 23, right? This will be of the type of income. Then we'll have another thing of the type of expense. Expense could be, let's say, 800 rupees. Expense could be on food, right? This can be expense one. You don't have to say expense one, income one. You can say, just say food or outing with a friend or something like that, right? And 17, right? So this is basically what my array of transactions should look like. Anyways, so now if I go over here, let's add an income. Try to add an income. Let's say amount will be 1000 rupees. Date is, let's say, 20th is the date, and tag is salary. If I click on add income, it should add that transaction added. If I go over here and go to my particular user, I see a transactions collection inside which I see this, inside which is all of my details. And that's basically all that you need to do, right? And your entire thing is done. Now I can even add my expense, and adding expense is also the same thing, right? Name is, let's say, lunch. I spent 500 rupees on lunch, right? What is my date? My date could be, let's say, yesterday. I'll go to my, it's food, right? Tag is food. Add expense, transaction was added. If I go over here and I see this transaction was 500, right? So basically we have successfully done the adding of the transactions. Now what we need to do is we need to fetch these transactions, or we need to store it in an array. How do we do that? So we won't be using an array, obviously. We'll be using use states, right? So I'll have transactions, comma, set transactions. By default, the transactions will be an empty array, right? And that's about it. And like I already showed you guys, this is the structure that we are looking for. So now what we'll do is I'll create a use effect, right? Use effect snippet. And what we want to do is we want to get all the docs, get all docs from a collection, right? How do you do that? Again, simple, just Google, right? So let's say get all docs from a collection in Firebase. Right, what we need to do is get data with Cloud Firestore, and let's see. So this is set doc, all of that. Get doc. See, but over here we're getting one doc. Get docs or get all docs. I think there should be one function for that. Mm, let's see. Get doc, get docs. Okay, yeah, get docs. And we can even do this, but if I want to get all, then I just need to say collection db and users slash user.uid, that and that should be good, right? So again, fetching transactions is also something that is very, very simple. So okay, let's see. Where have we done fetching transactions? See, fetch transactions, this is it, which is just a simple fetch transactions thing, and I'll show you guys what this means in just a second. Okay, so obviously we have a loader as well. If you want to show the loader, you guys can show the loader. So let's create a use state again for the loader part. I think that will be needed in the future, so why not make it right now? So set loading, and initially the loading will be false. When we start with it, then it will be true, right? So we are already setting loading as true and setting loading as false. And what I would like to do is, instead of showing all of these things, right, firstly let's just wrap this inside this. So if loading is not happening, then I want to show this. If loading is happening, for now, let me just create a p tag and just say loading dot dot dot. Let's keep a life cycle. Loading dot dot dot. Now let's have a look at what we are doing. So we are saying if my user is there, firstly, we can only fetch data when the user is there. So we'll create a query, right? Query is to basically fetch things. Collection, we are getting a collection technically. DB user slash user dot uid dot slash transaction. So basically wherever we were adding that doc, right? We get the snapshot. We say await get docs. Get docs on the basis of this query that we made, right? And get docs will get all the docs. Then we have a transactions array. What we need to do is our query snapshot will be technically an array. We need to say for each every doc. We just need to say transactions array dot push doc dot data. Doc dot data will get all of that data in an object form, and then we can just push it in an array. And when we do this, our transactions array will be there, right? So I can just console.log and I can show you the transactions array. Transactions array. And when I do that, I can just simply show it to you this way. Set transaction is the transactions that we have. And if I go over here, go to my financially transactions fetched, 3 times it's showing fetched. We'll take care of that. But if I inspect my element, go to my console, it should show us an array of 2 objects, and this is it. Amount is there, date is there, lunch is there, I mean name is there, tag is there, type is there, and that's it. Now we successfully have a use state which contains an array of transactions, and now we just need to map it in the table. We just need to find the total income like this, just display these things. Current balance will be nothing but it will be the total income minus total expenses, right? So what you need to realize is every time that we add an income or every time that we add an expense, what we really have to do is the fact that we need to constantly update our current balance. Every time we are doing that, you need to realize that every time we add an income, we need to add it in the set state that we have now, and we need to add a total expense also in the set state. So we just need to do proper state management, and with that our creation of at least transactions is done, and we are already fetching all of the data. So now whatever is left is just front end React part. We are no longer going to discuss anything Firebase related anymore. We will do this once when we talk about importing and exporting of CSVs. But before we get into that, all we need to do is now just display all of this data. So in the next class what we'll be doing is we'll be taking care of current balance, we'll be taking care of this, we'll be taking care of this, We need to show all of these things. We need to create a div where we need to show that, hey, you have no transactions, or if you have transactions, then show it in the table, right? The table will take some time because the table will have certain search functionalities. This is a filter functionality, there's a select functionality, there's export, import, sorting, all of these things are there, right? And once all of this is done, only then can we say that our project is coming to an end. In this video, we're going to get started with our current balance calculation, total income calculation, total expense calculation. So basically, just to tell you guys what's happening is, so far what we've done is, on the click of add income, we are showing this modal and we are adding an income. On the click of this, we are adding an expense. And now every time our income or our expense is calculated, what we need to do is we need to basically update this state as well, right? And these states. So for that, obviously, we'll be creating three use states. One will be the income, the other will be, okay, so one will be the income, right? We'll have income and set income. This is just the total number. This is the final number, right? So one will be the income, the other will be the expense. So this will also be set expense, right? And the last one will be total balance, right? And what will be balance? Balance will basically be our income minus our expense, right? And that is basically it. So we'll be needing these three things. And one more thing that we'll be doing is, I'll also be creating a function, and I'll call this function as calculate balance. Because what I need to do is, every time I basically change my transactions, so I'll have a use effect over here, and basically every time my transactions is changing, right, what do I need to do? I need to calculate all of my balance again. And why is this function important? This function is important so that all of our states are together, right? And that's basically about it. So again, to do that, it's a very simple function that we have, and this is that function, right? And this is all that we need. So okay, just have a look at this. So basically what we have is, we have the total income, we have the total expense, right? We have the total income, total expense. By default they're zero. Then what we do is, we basically run a for each or a for loop on our transactions array. Now if you remember, a transaction array contains the object which contains the type. If the type is income, that means it will be added in the income. If it is expense, it will be added in the expense, right? And since Firebase already takes care of the fact that this is a number, if I show it to you guys in our let's go to our Firebase documentation and set, I think it's just total balance, right? So if we go to our console, and if I go to my project, I'll just show you guys one little thing, right? So finances dash record is the one, and if I go to my Firestore database and I go to my transactions of, I think, one of my users, so what you will see is, this thing is actually a number over here. This is a number, right? So Firebase automatically takes care of that part for us, and that is if we can just directly append it. So once we do that, our balance and everything is done. So now obviously all we need to do is pass these states. So we'll be passing the income, right? We'll be passing the expense, and we'll be passing the total balance. And I think that is about it. Correct. So when we pass these three states, now all we need to do is go to our cards, firstly pass these three states, right? And then all we need to do is just change these over here. So instead of 0, right, everywhere it will be this. So income, expense, and total balance. By default the value is 0. So now at least we know for a fact that my current balance is 1000, total income is this, and total expense is this. Something seems to be off. Let me see. So income is 1000. This is 500. Oh, I think I messed up the order. I'm so sorry. So this one is total balance. This is expenses. And this is total balance. My bad. Right. So expense. Okay. So yeah, now it got updated, right? Current balance is rupees 500, total income was 1000, and total expenses is 500. So 1000 minus 500 is 500, right? So this phase are at least this thing works, right? Now since we have already done this, something that I would like to show you guys is, every time we add an income as well, right? Let's say if I do this, and let's say the amount that we are adding is 1500, right? Date is, let's say this is the date, and the tag is freelance. If I do this, does our this get updated? No, it doesn't. Why? Because we haven't really calculated it again. And why? How do we need to calculate it? Something that I told you guys before also. What basically you need to do is, since every time we are adding a transaction, like over here, we are adding a transaction. So apart from the fact that, apart from just adding it, what we also need to do is we need to append it in our existing transactions array. So I'll create a new array, and this new array will basically be my transactions, right? And what I need to do is I need to say transactions, or sorry, new array, my bad, new array dot push. And what is it that I'm pushing there? This transaction that we are adding, right? Once this transaction is added, I'll say set transactions, and I'll make it new array. This way my transactions also gets updated, and every time transaction is getting updated, I'm anyways calling my calculate balance function, right? So now this thing was done. Let's add another income, or let's add an expense and try to do it. Let's say I went on a movie, right? And I spent about 500, and the date was 11th, and the tag is I guess food. We don't have a movie category, but okay. Add expense. Every time I do that, as soon as I did that, did this call? No, not really. So I guess what we'll have to do is we'll also have to call this calculate balance function once more over here. I believe the use effect does not take place instantly. Yeah, and now it will work. Right. So once we do that, our entire thing is working like a charm. So let's say now if we finally add something, let's say blah 10,000, right? Let's say payment, or let's say investment. So let's say we invested something and we got 10,000. That is a good return. Add income. As soon as I do that, this gets updated instantly. This gets updated. This gets updated. Cool. So our this functionality is done. Now, not only do we have a whole transactions use state, we also have an income use state, we have an expenses use state, and we have a current balance use state. Right. So now the only thing that is left to do is create the table that we talked about in the last class. So now how do we do that? To do that, firstly, we'll be creating a new element or a new component, obviously. Let's call that component as transactions table, I guess. Right. And I'll have an index.js over here, and I'll have a styles.css. So firstly, if I talk about what that transactions table will contain, it will contain a lot of things. But first, let's just make a very simple table, right? Like we promised, let's just give the users a table of the transactions. This will basically have transactions. What is my transactions is the whole use state of all of my transactions, right? I just need to map it. So how do I show that? We'll go to and design docs, and I say table in and design, right? If we go there, let's just see and design React. I don't want to go to this website. Let's have a look at what they have. Okay, so see, this is basically what we see. Just a second, it's refreshing. So ideally, we still have to deal with an array, don't get me wrong, but I think we have to do something a little differently, and which is this, right? So see, your table needs to have a data source, and it needs to have columns. What is the column? The column is just you specifying the structure of the table. And what is your data source? Your data source is basically the array transaction that we have. So over here, what we need to do is let's just do this. And trust me, this should work like a charm instantly. So let's just do this. And obviously, we won't have a return like this. Just this should be fine. And our data source will actually be transactions. Let's just try to pass all transactions, right? Now, what you need to understand is transactions is the use state. We will have how many columns? We have a column for name. We have a column for amount, right? Amount and amount. We have a column for, I think, tag. Data index is tag, key is tag, right? And we might have one more. So amount, tag, date, we have, I hope it's called date itself. So let's go to over here. So we have date, amount, name, tag, and type. So one more column we'll have, which is the type, right? So type, and type. And right off the bat, I don't know if this is going to work or not. Let's just see if it is. Ideally it should, but maybe the key is missing. We might have to append the key, but let's just see. Right, so if you go to a dashboard component over here in below our add income modal, let's just have this, and we need to pass our transactions, which is just an array or a use state of our transactions. Correct. The moment we do that, go to our Google Chrome, go to our project, we see an error, transactions table is not defined. We import this, obviously. Once you do that, I hope this works. And something breaks. I think if I refresh, this will go away. Right. So right now there is no data. For some reason, why haven't we fetched our transactions? That is strange. Let me hard refresh. Why haven't we fetched our transactions? Let me try signing in again. So I don't remember what account was this. This was this, and we were using Google Auth. Okay, so let's log in using Google Auth. The table was showing. The table was not the issue. The issue was for some reason our fetching was not happening. Great. So user authenticated transactions fetched. As soon as our transactions are fetched, we do see all of our data inside our table already, right? And by default, automatically it takes care of the all of this part, right? The part where pagination, etc. So by default, directly it's all done. Obviously, we need to style it properly. We need to keep make it a little more refined, because I think in our financially, uh, we have a different set of no transactions. Let me add a transaction. Let's say hi, amount is this, the date is, let's say, this, and tag is this, add income. Right, so basically we are still showing the same thing. There's no difference in this, but we have just styled it properly anyways. So just like that, our entire table is also ready, right? And one more thing that I told you guys is we will be creating a searching functionality. So for that searching functionality, again, what we'll be doing is we'll be having an input field, right? Maybe you guys can use the custom input if you want to, the custom input that we have created, right? So if you want to, we can use that, or I can just create a simple input right now. And let's just quickly style it, right? So over here, if I have const and I say search comma set search, right? So this is just the use state for my searching. Then what I'll do is I'll also have a variable for my transaction, and I'll show you what will that do, right? So over here I'll have value, and I'll say search is the value of it, right? On change, what we're going to do is we're going to say set search as e dot target dot value. So now I've captured the fact that whenever my input is changing, this will change, right? Placeholder, I will say search by name. Now this is something that I'm pretty sure most of you guys have done 1,000 times. We are just going to simply filter our array, right? So I'm going to say let filtered transactions, right? This is equal to transactions dot filter, right? And filter on the basis of item dot name. So if item dot name dot to lowercase includes search dot to lowercase, right? We'll just show this. Great. And what I need to do is I just need to pass this. So now if we go and if I type something, use state is not defined, I'll have to import my use state, obviously. And now if we go over here and if I type something, right? Yeah, now if I type something, if I say investment, I do see it, right? If I say Avi space 2, I do see it. Correct. So as you guys can see, this happens in real time now, right? And this is basically it, right? Something that you will have to do is we will definitely style all of this later in just a second, but right. So just like this, our filter functionality is also done. What we need to work on is the sorting part. So there are a few things that we are doing. So we are doing there are these toggles, right? No sort, sort by date, sort by amount. Then there is this export, import, and then there is this select also. Based on this select, we just simply show whatever. So this is also basically a filter that we are doing, right? So okay, what we need to do is right now, again, if you want to, you can use a select from and design only. We should have also used an input from and design, honestly. That's very strange that we didn't. Just a second. Let's see if over here I have used so this is my radio button. So firstly, this is the radio one. We don't need it right now, but okay. Let me also get the select. So here is my select code, and okay, over here also input was different. Okay, here is my select code. Right. So we are going to use select from and design only to make our lives easier, and let's just have it. So this is the select input that we have. I'll be importing everything. So we just have options, and that's about it. Right. So options and select. Value is type filter and set type filter. So this is also just a simple use state that we have. Right. So okay. So we'll have const, I think, type filter, comma set type filter use state, and by default it'll be nothing, right? So basically what is going to happen is, apart from the fact we are going to first already filter the array on the basis of if the item dot name this includes this, right? Apart from this, we'll be having one more condition, which is item dot type is equal to uh, this type filter, right? Yeah. And if type filter is empty, I think dot includes will work also over here. So dot includes. Let's just do this, and I think this will work like a charm, right? So this way is basically what's going to happen is option is not defined. I'll have to import option from and design. Just a second. Where have I imported option from? Oh, my bad. So obviously this is just basic and design stuff, but anyways, and select is coming from here, and we are destructuring the options from here. We could also do select dot option ideally, but okay. So now if I do income, it just shows me income, right? If I just do expense, it'll just show me expenses. If I do all, it'll show me all, right? So just like that, this is also done, right? So basically it is very, very simple. We'll have our sorting also work similarly, right? And I don't want to stretch this video long. In the next video, what we'll do is we'll quickly style all of this. We will do the sorting part quickly, right? Even the sorting is very, very simple. Yeah, it's not going to take a lot of time. If you guys want, we can just get done with it right now also. So see, the sorting part is we are using a radio group, right? And what is that radio group? Radio group is just a simple radio group, obviously, that we have. We again over here, we also have the same thing. We have set sort key, and we have this. If there is nothing, we won't be sorting anything. If there is a sort by date or sort by amount, we'll do that, right? Now the catch is when we need to sort it. So how do we sort it, right? So we technically sort our transactions, and we send the sorted transaction, right? We send our sorted transactions inside our table, inside our data source eventually, right? So okay, have a look at this. So what we'll be doing is we'll first import our radio groups, right? And we need to have another use state, and that's about it. So okay, let's just have one more use state for the sorting part. I think it's called sort key, and this will be called set sort key. Great. So we are basically on the change of a radio group, we are changing the sort key value, right? So what you need to do is you need to have a let sorted result or sorted transactions, right? And basically what you need to do is you need to sort the transactions or sort the filtered transactions on the basis of that key. So you just need to say dot sort, and every item you'll be sorting accordingly, right? So I don't know if you guys know what the sorting algorithm looks like. So basically what you need to do is you need to sort, we are sorting by date or by, I think, two values, right? Amount and by date. So if it is a number, what we need to do is we need to subtract it, and that on the basis of that we're going to sort it. If it is a date, I think we can just directly sort it, right? So obviously the sorting logic is also something that you guys can write on your own. It's not something that will be too complicated, but just a quick example would be this is how we are sorting it right now, right? In both cases we are just simply subtracting, so that's good. Ideally we could convert the date into a string maybe and do that, but I don't think so that that should be good. This is the ideal way only, but okay. So see, in this function what we're doing is we are saying filter transaction dot sort a comma b. A is my previous one, b is this one, right? If you guys didn't know, by default JavaScript uses a I think insert sort to sort things. If the sort key is date, we'll just be returning this. If the sort key is amount, we'll be doing this. Else, no sort, right? And it's as simple as that. And now just pass in your data source sorted transactions, and you're good to go, right? If I do this, it should change ideally. If I do this, it is changing, right? More or less, I think that did we select the same dates for every? That is very weird, but yeah, sort by amount is working. This is working, right? Let's try to add an income with a different date. So let's say, oh, I think the date that we're adding is now, right? Maybe we missed something. So just give me a second. Mm, I hope it's not the date for today. It's taking the date that we had, right? So let's say we are adding a transaction, and this is fine. No, this is values dot date only. So should I try to add a different date? So let me say this, and the date that I'm going to add is, let's say, this, and let's see if this works or not. Did this change? Do I have to refresh? Just a second. Hmm. For some reason, our use effect is also not. This is the second time this issue has come. Ideally, our use effect should run, right? It should fetch all transactions immediately. But over here, it is not. We'll have to see as to why that is happening. But let's just have a look at this. So, hmm, for some reason, the date that is getting entered is today's date. That shouldn't have happened ideally, right? See, all of the dates over here are today's date. That is strange. So are we not passing our dates properly in the modals? Let's see, let's have a look. So over here we have date and date like this, and the input format is this, correct? If I go to my transactions dashboard over here, and if I see add transaction, uh, this is it. We are adding a transaction, and I believe my transaction is this. Hmm. What if I just pass my date directly? Let's try to see if, how does that turn out. Let's say I'm adding values dot date. Oh, I get it. What's happening? No, over here I've written values dot date only. Let's see. Okay, if I do values dot date and if I just directly pass it, let's see if, how does that work. So let's just put a random name. Amount is 10 rupees, a small amount this time. Let's go to April 2023. This is the date. This is my freelance and add income. Couldn't add transaction. Let's have a look. I think the date is probably an issue. Let's see. That's fine. Warning, this is fine. Where's the error? Error adding document. Add doc called with an invalid data, unsupported field value. A custom M object found. I see. If possible, I would like to see as to what went wrong over here. Anyways, but we do know for a fact that our sorting function is working, right? I just need to have a look as to, did I do something wrong with this part. Values dot date format, this, and this is it. For some reason, the date that is going in is today's date. Am I importing moment from moment properly? Is all of that done? Ideally, we did copy all of the code directly only. There shouldn't be any issue as such. This is very weird. Should I just console log this once? Just give me a second. How about I console.log new transaction that is being added, and new transaction. This way, at least we'll know what is the transaction that I'm adding. Correct. So let's add a transaction amount, again random, but amount is 10. Small amount since we're testing. Let me add a different date today. Let me say March 13th. If I go over here, say salary, and click on add income, This is the new transaction. See, the date is the thing which is wrong. Okay, so we will definitely have to have a look at this as to why is this happening. But I guess a simple solution would be to just take care of this date and just simply change it, because over here we are taking a date from the this picker. We'll have to convert it. We'll have a look. This is also date. This is very weird. It shouldn't really happen, but okay. So we will definitely fix this, but at least we know for a fact that even our this component is almost done. In the next class, let's just quickly fix this and let's just style this properly, because once this is done, the only thing that is left is import CSV and export of CSV, for which we'll be using Papa dash I think parser or something, Papa Purse. It's a very good library, and so in the next class we will first fix this, then we'll go to that, and once that is done, only the thing that'll be left is the chart stuff. In this video, like we promised in the last class, we will be working on the two bugs that we had. So the first bug that we had was our dates, right? All of the dates were going according to today's date and not according to the days that we wanted. So the fix for this bug was very, very simple. All we had to do was we just had to not write the moment stuff that we had written, and the reason for that is that by default Design uses moment in general. So basically the only thing that I did was let's go to our add a transaction. And okay, so just say values.date.format, and this is good enough. As soon as you say that, your thing will be done, right? So this was the first bug that we fixed, and I think this was it. The second bug was that sometimes because of refreshing, like over here, this data is not being fetched. So we need to see as to why is this data still not being fetched, even though we have this, right? So we are set loading, even this set loading is not working. So for some reason, this use effect is not at all running as soon as we are doing this. Is there a particular reason? Maybe because of this if user state. I feel this is probably why. Let me put an else and let me say toast dot error no user. Is that because of it? So if I refresh, yeah, so basically we have put this else, right? So I would say instead of putting a normal user effect, put a user one. So this way at least we know if a user is there, the transactions will be fetched, because our user is being fetched every time the page refreshes. That is just the way how the hook works, right? So there you go. Even this works just fine. Great. So the two hooks or the two bugs are fixed. Another bug that I just discovered was the fact that if you scroll over this, our header is sticky, but it's not really at a z index, at a high z index. So let's just go over here and give this z index of I say 100. That will definitely solve it. No, it doesn't. Okay, z index 1000 solves it. So yeah, z index 1000, that solves it. Anyways. So now the only two things that are left are basically styling of this, and then we are more or less done with this entire thing, and then we move on to export and import, right? I think these are the only two goals for this video, getting the styling right and getting the styling right, more or less, right? So okay, how do we do that? Well, the styling part is very, very simple. Let's just quickly get it done with. So we already have this transactions table. Now inside this transactions table is we have everything over here, right? So actually if I tell you guys about this, so I will be giving you guys this assets. These assets contain search.svg, transactions.svg, and user.svg. I'll tell you what these three things are, right? So first things first, let me just make sure that this assets folder is there. Great. So now if you guys remember, the search bar needs to have a search icon next to it and all of that. So I will just copy this code and paste it over here, and I'll tell you, let me just minimize this, that makes my life a little easier. Okay, so this is our search bar, right? So we'll have a search bar like this. I'll change this input and I'll make it as this, and our import search, what will be our import search? So this will actually be search image, right? So I'll just say search image, and I'll import search image from our asset. So I'll say import search image from, then where is it going to come from? It's going to come from the assets, right? Assets slash search.svg, and that is about it, The next thing that I need to do is get this input flex styling, and we'll just put it inside our index.css as of right now to make our lives easy. I know, like I told you guys, I haven't been using the most ideal practices, but trust me, it's just quicker this way. And I know most of you guys are proficient in CSS, so you guys will be able to do the styling yourselves, right? So here we go. We even did this. If I go to our Google Chrome, this is how our search bar looks, which is definitely not bad, right? Now we need to arrange this and these three things. So for that, again, we'll be using a simple flex, because all of these things need to be in a simple flex, right? Okay, so let's have a look at that. So let's go over here. Okay, so over here I've just done inline styling, and let me also copy this entire thing, and select dash input is the input that we will be needing. Great. Okay, so if you go to the transaction table, we'll just put this over here, and something that I will do is I'll have a div over here, and I need to have a div just over here, right? So the moment we do that, or actually I need to have a div, we'll have to see. So right now this is how it looks exactly. So let's go to our Financely app and see what the UI actually looks like that we need to build, right? And we also need to do this, by the way, DP part. Okay, so the scene is that over here we just have the input and the select, and after that we have the table and everything inside of it, right? Cool. So let's just build that, right? So we don't technically need everything inside this div. This div just goes till our select, and after our select we'll have another div, and this is going to be similar to our class, if you guys the card that we had, right? And okay, so this div will obviously have a lot of different stylings, and my transactions, then the radio group, and then we have the 2 buttons, and that's about it. So if you want, ideally I can just quickly copy this as well, right? Since we are technically pasting all the styling, it doesn't really matter. This, and I think I need to have one more div inside of this, or I think this is good. Okay, so for now, let me get rid of these 2 buttons, on click and on change. Okay, and instead of having this as a button, we'll have to definitely change this as well. But okay, let's just have a look at how this looks currently. Export to CSV is not defined. I did sort that out, right? Yeah, this is currently how it looks. So definitely not bad, right? I would say it looks pretty decent. And one thing that we do see is that the search bar is going out of bounds, so we will have to fix that. I would say the easiest way to fix that is just by giving it just doing this. That should fix it, but then this is how it looks. So let's have a look at our input inside our index.css. Over here we have 100%. Let's just make it 90%, or let's just make this a 90%. And oh, we need to have the select styling as well. That is something that we missed. I think that is why it's breaking. So all you need to do is just have a select input. This is the styling that we have for select input, and I will also tell you what this is basically about. So this is, all of these are just simple stylings that we are doing to make our UI look a certain way, right? And yeah, that is about it. So basically our input flex is the flex that contains the search icon and the input. The thing about the input is that we are giving it a border 0 and outline none, so the input technically doesn't have everything, and it has this icon, right? And it has a shadow as well. The select input, we have given it a width of 30%, margin right is this much, everything is just basic, right? This phase, at least this is how my UI looks, and something is still wrong over here. I feel the math somewhere is wrong. Okay, so I think more than this, what is the mistake is inside our this thing only. Instead of making this 100%, let's try to do this and see where that lands us. Does this have a margin of some sort? The padding shouldn't really matter. Okay, the padding did affect things, so but this will not be centered. We need to center it as well. We can definitely center it ideally. Let's see. Alright, this is definitely not centered, but for now I feel this will get the job done, right? Anyways, this is not an ideal approach. I wouldn't really recommend you guys doing this, but okay. So now whenever we search something, we can easily get it, right? Our sorting is working, as you guys can see, right? Sort by amount is working, as you guys can see as well. It's all in ascending order. Export to CSV, import from CSV, these two things are not working, but we will definitely get these two to work as well, and that's about it, right? So more or less the UI is taking some place, right? Like I said, the UI is not a difficult part. You guys can definitely change it. Just keep in mind that we are just using our classes instead of &design's classes. &design is just to provide an overall structure of things, especially like things like this, right? If no data is available, stuff like that. So &design is taking care of that stuff. And definitely the pagination, I think after some 10-12 data parameters, it's going to add that. So let me just add a random thing, right? That's a huge amount. Let me give it a date of 30th Jan, and let me say that's investment. I have a very big portfolio apparently. As soon as I do this, my investment is here, everything is working, current balance, total income, everything is there. Sort by amount puts it at the end, right? Sort by date puts it at the top, and everything is good to go technically. Great. So now the only things that we need to work on is export to CSV, import from CSV, and the moment we are done with that, all that will be left is the charges part of things, right? So without any further ado, this was just one of those filler lectures, just making things look normal again. And one last thing that we have to do is this image part, right? So let's also quickly handle that. So the best thing about using this user is that user.photo URL is already embedded in this, and that's the best part. So technically what we can do is we can have a div over here, right? And I will have to give this div some flex as well. So I will say style display flex, justify content, flex start only. Technically I don't need this. Align items needs to be centered, so that at least align items is center. And one last thing that we need to do, gap. I'll give it a gap of 0.5 rem. Great. So now our p tag is there. What I need to do is I need to definitely have my image, right? And I will obviously style this as well. I'll give this a very simple width and height. I think a simple width of 2 rem does the job. Okay, and I technically don't need to have this. I can just give it directly, I believe, right? Height is equal to 2 rem and width is equal to 2 rem. Great. And I will definitely keep this border as border radius as 50%. That way it will be circled. Now the only thing is, what will be the SRC of this image? The SRC will be if the user is there, right? If the user, or sorry, if the user dot photo URL is there, right, then it will be user dot photo URL. Else it's going to be our default image. What's the default image? Or I can just say user img. What is the user img? User img is coming from our assets again. It's already there. I'll be giving this to you guys. So just say import user image from dot slash actually, then again dot slash, then we have assets, then we have slash user svg. The moment I do that, go to my header, we should see an image. The image is, I think, too small over here. Yeah. Why is the image too small? Should I have these as inside my style? Let's see if that seems to solve it. 2 rem isn't really a small size, to be honest. 2 rem is pretty big, I would say. Let's see what's wrong. If I do this, yeah, see, now it's better. But now my phone is stuck at this. Why can I not zoom out? Just a second. Okay, so this is how our image looks. I would say it looks pretty decent. I will just increase the gap a little, make it 0.75. I think that looks better. Right, great. So this is how our image looks. Now this is when the photo URL is there. What if the photo URL is not there? Right, so what we'll do is we can create a new account, or if you guys remember, the account that we had logged in on was this one, right? So it's john2@gmail.com. So I hope the password for that was still the same thing. So have an account already. Let's do john2@gmail.com, and the password should be 123456778. If I do that, log in using this. Okay, great. What do we see? We see a empty user, right? And that's pretty fine. So even though that image looks a little big, so what we can do is I can have the same thing over here. If the user.photo URL is not there, or some logic like that, you guys can definitely write it, or just reduce it a little, right? I think tone it down a little, and this looks completely normal. Great. So this part is also done. So like I said, the only thing that remains now is the fact that we need to take care of our import and export of CSV. So that will be done using a new package that we'll be working on, and this was not the account that I had logged in on, but okay. So I've successfully created a new account, doc created, great, authenticated. Anyways, so like I said, what we'll need to do is we'll have to create we'll be using a different library for this. It's called papa parse, right? It's an npm package to export our data, which is just an array, right? It's an array of objects. So we just need to convert that array of objects into a CSV, and then when we import it, we just need to read the data and then push it on our Firestore, right? So it's actually very simple. So in the next class, let's just take care of that, and once we're done with that, we'll be coming to the end of the project where we'll just be making our charts, and that's about it. In this video, we're going to finally work on the import and export button. So now, first things first, let's just work on the export button. So what I want to show you guys is the fact that when I click on export to CSV, what really happens is nothing but it just exports that particular, exports it into a CSV, right? As the name suggests. If I open this transaction.csv, okay, I don't want to open it here. I want to open it normally using my, let me open it normally. Okay, for some reason it is opening it on our VS Code. Let's go to Google Sheets, open it in a Google Sheet so that I can show you guys a better way, or I hope it is, if it's here, then that'll be good too. Right, so basically this is how that transactions.csv will look. Right, so the first row is just the column names, obviously the title names, right? The type, date, amount, tag, name. So all of the 4 or 5 things that we have, and then the rows contain all of the data part of it, right? So it's a basic, very simple CSV that we are exporting, right? Even if I technically import the CSV that we just downloaded, right? Even if I just do that, let me go to browse and let me go to my downloads, and if I import this, right, it's just going to be a single line, but let's just still see what it gives me, right? So import data, right? So this is what I see. So again, just the 5 things that we have: tag, type, amount, name, date, all of those 5 variables. So now, like I told you guys, for this particular functionality, we're going to use what we call as papa parse. Right, I know it sounds funny, but it's an npm package, right? And if I show you guys the documentation of it, it's very simple to use, right? So let me just go to, oh yeah, so the package is called papa parse, like I said, and it allows you to convert JSONs, arrays into a CSV, and similarly vice versa. It allows you to import a CSV and then convert it into a JSON or something, right? So okay, all we need to do is npm install papa parse, obviously, and that's about it. So as soon as I do that, our npm will work. And okay, so now what I will tell you guys is the documentation is available over here, by the way. The demo, homepage, documentation, everything is available. So if you go to the documentation, this is basically how you're going to convert. And okay, so we want to convert a JSON to a CSV first, right? That's the first thing that we want to do. Over here, it says we'll be using unparse for it, right? Now, what is unparse? Unparse is this function that we'll be using. So basically, we'll be creating, I think we'll be doing this one. We can do any other way also, but since we already have the column names with us, let's just do it this way. So we'll have a fields parameter and we'll have a data parameter. The data will just contain the array that we want, and the field will just contain the column names, right? This just makes our lives much more simpler, right? So we can even do this whatever you want to. So let's go to our code and actually implement this. So okay, go to the transactions table. In the transactions table, if you guys remember, we already have our two buttons, right? Firstly, these buttons are normal buttons, and these buttons aren't the button components that we made, right? So if you want to switch that, you guys can definitely, or if you want to make your life simply, just click on click and export CSV, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a function called export CSV, right? And what is this function going to do? First things first, we are going to say papa.unparse, right? Papa is going to come from obviously our n thing, the papa parse library that we just had, or is unparse going to come from there? Let's see, can I just import this directly? Yeah, I can just directly have unparse. So we create a CSV. What are the field names? Right now, the field names are going to be the field names that we obviously know of. So we have name, we have type, we have tag, we have date, and the order, I don't think the order matters, and amount, right? I remember these five. Yes, these are the 5 ones. Now inside our data, what do you think we'll have? We'll just have a simple transactions, or in fact I don't think so we need to even pass that. I can just simply directly pass our transactions array and this should work. So now what we're doing is we are creating a CSV, we are passing in the column names, and we have transactions also. Now what do you think we need to do? So if you guys know what is the procedure to download any file in web development, what you need to do is you need to create a blob, and on the basis of that blob you need to download it. So you need to basically create an anchor tag there, and you need to download that anchor tag. You need to click it, then unclick it and unsubscribe that thing. So that is what you need to do. So the steps for that is also very simple. I can just simply Google create a blob in React.js and download file. So the steps for that is also very simple, right? So see, this is something that we'll have to do, right? I can actually just copy this entire thing and this should work. Let's just hope this does. So over here, what we'll do is we'll have our data. We are creating a new blob, and inside the blob we'll have the CSV, right? The type will be text/CSV, or if you want a more accurate thing, let's just go over here and see what is the type that we had. The type is text/CSV, charset is UTF-8, so one and the same thing, right? And we are creating a URL, then we are creating this, then we are downloading it, and everything is the same, right? So over here also we are creating a URL. Great. So my only point was that this is the type that we need to have, right? Great. So then we are creating a URL, then we are basically making a template out of it, making an anchor tag. We are giving that document this link, and we are setting an attribute of download, and the attribute will have a value of, let's do transactions.csv, and when we click on it, it will download it, right? Or basically when we click on the button, it's going to click the anchor tag and behave as if we are downloading it, right? Are we removing the anchor tag? I don't think so. We are yeah, we are also removing it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy these. As you guys can see, the steps are basically the same. There's not much of a difference. Alright, so the only thing that we have added is the fact that we are appending that child, and then link.click, and then we're also removing it. So obviously because we need to remove it, right? So let's try to see if this is already working or not. It ideally should, because I don't think so we messed up anything. So let's go to Financially, and where did our transactions go? Oh, this was a new account. I think I will have to log in into the other account that we had. So sign up using Google, and the account that I was on was this one, right? So this was the account. Also, I think we are passing in too many toasts, so please take care of that as well. And okay, so once you do that, this is how it looks. These are all the transactions that we have. 1 2 3 4 5 columns that we have. We just need to convert it. If I click on export to CSV, let's just have a look at what happens. Our CSV is immediately downloaded. That was very fast. Let's try to import that now. So I will just import it over here. Let me say import, and I really hope this works. Let's go over here, drag it, import data. Open now. Let's see. Okay, so we just see the columns data. We don't really see any other data. Let's have a look as to why did that happen. Maybe because we didn't pass the data parameter. Let's pass this data prop like this. Maybe this works then. Let's quickly see. So export to CSV again. Download was blocked. Download shouldn't really block like that. Is there any reason why the download was blocked? Okay, let's try to download it again. Always allow. Okay, so now we have downloaded again. Let's just try to import it. Hopefully this works this time. Upload. Yeah, this time I think the data is there. So we did have to do that. So you will have to pass the data prop. Let's see. Yeah, great. So now as you guys can see, everything is working just fine. Your entire data, your entire JSON, your array of objects is officially here now, and now you can do whatever you want to. So just like we are able to export it, now we need to work on the functionality of importing this. So obviously I don't think so I need to say the structure of the CSV needs to be the same if you want to import certain things. Let's just import 2-3 more transactions, right? So I'll just get rid of this. Let's just import 3 transactions, and I'll call this testing 1. I'll call this testing 2. I will call this testing 3. Right, testing 3 will be an expense. Testing 3 will be an expense. Let this be income, 2 incomes, and the expense is food. We can change the date to something like 16. We can make this as something like this. We can make this as something of the future. Ideally we should allow future, but whatever. 5,000. Let's make this as 8,000, and let's make this add 3,000. Right, now let's say I download this. So I change this to input underscore transactions, and okay, so we will download this file as a CSV, and what we need to do is we need to figure out a way how do we import a file now. And when we import a file, I need to convert it into a JSON, I need to convert it into an array, and then basically I need to push every objects on every transaction on my Firebase. So don't forget about this part, right? So okay, so let's worry about that now. So if we want to convert our CSV into a JSON, how do we do that? We refer to the documentation. So right now we did convert JSON to CSV. Now we'll be converting a CSV to JSON. Now there are a lot of things. Do we need to parse a local file, or do we need to parse a remote file? What? I think we need to parse a local file only, and we just need to say papa.parse, or just parse and file and config. What is this config? This is a config object that we have. Ideally, I feel this is really not needed. We can just work without it. So let's actually have a look at how I did it before. So okay, so how are we going to manage to import it, right? So this is the function that I have written for importing it, and it's very simple. Firstly, we are doing event.prevent default, and this function runs on the change of the file, right? So we have a file picker, and on the change of that file, we're triggering this. So we are basically parsing the event.target.files 0. If you guys didn't know, event.target.files contains a lot of files, and the 0th, it's a list of files. The 0th file is the file that we need, and this is the config that we were looking for. The config is basically header true. So header means the first column that we need to have, and complete. Now complete is a function that we will be running, and as soon as this is done, what do we need to do? We will have a results, and this results will basically contain an array, right? So let's just console.log this results, and then we'll see what we have. So let me just say results. This is this, and let's just do this. Okay, so basically I'm obviously going to copy the entire thing, but we ideally don't need it. Okay, so just like we have export CSV, we'll have import from CSV, right? And right now I'm just console logging this. We don't need to do any of this. Yeah, we don't need to do any of this right now. Don't at all worry about this. The only thing that we need to do is take care of the parsing. Parsing will be coming from, again, papa parse, right? and import from CSV is a function that will be running on the change of the file, like I told you guys. So we have this input made, and on change of this file we'll be doing that. Now something that I'd like to say is the way I like to handle my files is we don't display the input. If I, let's say if I do this block, I'll tell you guys what happens. So if we have block over there, we see that ugly button. So I think everybody knows this ugly button, and there's no way to style it properly, right? So the best thing to do is just make this display none, and what will happen is this is gone. But this display none means that your items are hidden, they're still there, right? So what we'll be basically doing is, if I click on this label, and I can definitely style a label based on whatever styling I want to give. So as you guys can see, right? So if I click on this label, basically what is happening is this label is triggering this on change or whatever, this entire input thing. So as soon as I do this, it will open this, and this is the input transactions that I need, I think. And as soon as I do that, inspect element, let's have a look at what we see in the console. In the console, we get an object, and there's an object dot data, so results dot data, which contains an array, and this array automatically contains all the things that we need. Right, now something that I need you to take a note on is the fact that amount is a string. We need to convert amount into a float or a number, integer, right? I would say float is the safer choice to do, but anyways. So since we are getting our results now, what we need to do is we need to run a for loop, and for every transaction, results.data, we are basically iterating, and every transaction will be a transaction. Now what we need to do is, I'm creating a new object called transaction. The amount will be a parse int. Instead of parse int, let's do parse float. I think that is better. And transaction.amount, and then basically I'm clicking on add transaction, right? Where is this add transaction coming from? Add transaction is going to be a prop that we pass in this component. And why, you ask? This add transaction is the same function that we are calling over here when we want to add a transaction, right? This one, add a transaction, where transaction is an object that we're adding, correct? So now again, I'll just pass it as a prop so that we can simply add it. The catch is that over here I'm passing a many. The reason for that is because I don't want to show so many toasts. That's basically about it. So if not many is there, only then do this success thing. That's all. So more or less the same thing over here also. Anyways, so if many is true, this will be false, and we don't want to show the toasts, right? And okay, so let's go back over here. We are sorry, yeah, over here only we are importing it, and now I believe over here we can show a toast if you want to. So we can show a toast saying all transactions were added, and I am technically fetching my transactions. The reason for that is we need to basically fetch the new transactions as well, right? Ideally you don't need to fetch transactions. Technically we can just use the use state over here also, but I believe it's fine if we do that. And even this fetch transactions is something that we'll have to pass as a prop. Fetch transactions is also the function that we are calling in our dashboard to fetch all transactions. Very simple, right? So the moment we do that, our import functionality should also work. So let's have a look. So let's go over here, click on import from CSV. It opens this, import this, and all transactions added, transactions fetched. Let's have a look. Were the transactions 1, 2, 3? So if you guys remember, I think it was called transactions, or what was it called? Let's have a look. Testing. So let's see if testing is there. Testing 1, 2, 3 is there, and even this is there, right? So right, I would say this is going pretty well, and I'm pretty sure the balance and everything is also working because these are numbers now. Great. So as you guys can see, even the export to CSV and import from CSV was also not something which was very difficult, right? So, and we are done with this now. And as you guys can see, even the pagination is working right off the bat. That is something which is very, very good about. That is the reason why we use this, right? So now I feel it is time that we move on to the charts, which is going to be the last part of this. And in the last video, I'm going to talk about what are the things that we can work on to improve this project. And that's about it. There are a lot of things that we can do, but the goal was to show you guys how to handle data, how to handle new libraries like AndDesign, right? Even this was my first time working with AndDesign, and AndDesign is something that is very, very easy to use. I wouldn't say AndDesign troubled me or you guys, right? Even the styling works very cleanly. Just give it a class name and it just works like a charm, right? So, okay, in this video, we're going to finally make our charts. So in the last video, this is what we had done. We were almost done with our entire project. So now the only thing that remains is just the chart, part of it. And this time for a change, instead of using chart.js, what we'll be using is Design charts. Now, how do you install Design charts? Very, very simple. Just go to your terminal and say npm i design /charts. Right, so I've already attached this package just in case if you guys want to try it out. And okay, so this is the exact package that you would want to install. And the first chart that we're going to make is a simple line chart. Now you need to understand that as to how are we going to make this line chart. The line chart needs to have a data, right? And what is this data? This data is year and value. So basically every line chart, or in general, if I talk about any charts library or a chart library, whenever you're making a line chart, you just need two values. One is the X value and the other is the Y value, right? In this case, I'm guessing the X value will be an year and Y value will be our value, right? So that's about it. So you basically need an array containing objects of X and Y values, and that's about it. Then you need to pass a config variable. The config will have the width, the height, all of these values. X field and Y field stands for the fact that what are the different obviously the keys, right? Then point, this is basically the type of the point. Otherwise, like over here it says 5 and diamond. So that means if you guys notice, these points are in diamond shape, right? Then label, if you guys need any label, if you don't know, refers to this entire labeling part of things, right? And that's about it. Apart from that, download image, I don't think so we'll need this. We won't be needing this as well. The only thing that we'll be needing is just this then, and that's about it. Great. So let's actually, for now, first things first, let's just copy this entire code, just this code, and see what that gives us with. Right, so let's go to our VS Code. For some reason my chart.js did not install properly. Let me do force. Let's see if that fixes things. Anyways, so without any other delay, let's just make a new component and call it charts. Right, this component will contain all of our charts. So for now, let's just say we just have an index.js. Over here I'll have an RFCE, and in my RFC I'll just say charts component, or chart component ideally. Anyways, doesn't matter, right? So our component is also technically ready, and now let's just copy this code for now, this much over here. First things first, I would say with any type of chart that you would make, just try to make a basic chart and see if that is working or not. Because if this hard-coded value is not working, there's no way your API values are going to ever work, right? I believe we don't really need this on ready, but for some reason, if they have made it, we should make it too. Let's see if it will work without this also. So over here, they just have a let chart, and that's about it, right? So we will be installing line from this thing only, and design /charts. And let's see what do we have here, right? I hope our dependencies were downloaded. Okay, it's still okay, so our chart.js is still being downloaded properly. Let's just have wait for this to be done. Once this is done, I believe this component should be good to go, and we will just see if this works or not, right? So okay, before we actually dive deeper into that, something that I would want to let you guys know is that you need to write, you need to make another component. So basically, if our transactions is our array, right? If my transactions dot length is not equal to 0, that is when I want to show this component, correct? If it is 0, then I want to show it some other component. And what is that other component? If you guys remember, we have this very nice aesthetic component that we have made. So let's say if I go to my finance theme, and over here, if we go to a particular thing where we don't have any transactions, so over here we do have one transaction. I'll have to log out, and let's say we sign up again. So abc@gmail.com, password is 1234567 2345678. Sign up with email and password. So we are signing up for the first time. This is what the user sees, right? You have no transactions currently, and this is just an SVG. So like I said, I'm already providing you guys with this SVG also, so it's very, very simple to do, right? So let me just quickly get that component till our dependencies are getting downloaded and everything. So I believe this is the no transactions one that I'm talking about. and we can just have a no transactions component directly, and I'll just paste that entire component. I feel that'll be really nice too. So okay, over here we'll have that no transactions component, and where is this no transactions component coming from? It is a component that we are making, right, this one, and I believe this should have a styling on its own. Great. So I just need to get no transactions now, right? So over here I'll just build a new component, call it no transactions.js, and just have this component as it is over here. Great. So as you guys can see, this component is very simple. It just extracts an asset. The asset is coming from here. I'll be giving you guys the asset, the width, the margin, everything I've set. Everything is good to go. This is just to make it centered, right? If you go over here, I need to import this no transactions from this component, and we have this as well. Right, great. So both the components are here. Our dependencies are also downloaded. Let's go to our Google Chrome and see if it is working or not. Right off the bat, we don't really see anything. Do I need to refresh this page? Let's see. We do have a lot of transactions, as you guys can probably tell, but anyways. Is my okay, this is still compiling. Something is slow again. All right, let's have a look. It is still compiling. Let me say npm start again. Maybe that speeds it up a little. So we just want to test if it is working directly or not, and that's about it. Right, I don't think so anything else is necessary. The next chart we'll be working on will be the pie chart, right? And the logic for the pie chart is also similar. But anyways, let's just have a look at what this brings us, and then we'll be good to go. Correct. So okay, one thing that I would like to tell you guys is that this the line chart that we are showing is the current balances line chart, right? If you guys want to change the logic, you guys can change the logic. Right now what we'll be sending is just the transactions, but ideally what we need to do is we need to make an array of just current balance, and that is what we need to send, right? Or even just the transactions is good enough, but yeah. So let's see. It is still taking some time, but okay. So once that is done, I guess we should be good to go. And all right. Till then, let me take out the other library that I had, right? I think let's go over here and over here and see if there's something that we can. So we also need to take care of the pie chart. All right, so my system was lagging before, but now I think it's fine. So we do see the exact same chart that we were seeing in the npm, right? So now something that I was thinking about was how do we code for our entire application? So basically what we'll be doing is we'll be sending our transactions array only, or what I was thinking was let's send a sorted transactions array, right? And what is my sorted transactions array, you might ask? Sorted transactions array is just a transactions that I've made sorted, right? So what we can do is I can just say let sorted transactions, and I just want to show the sorted transactions based on the date, right? So if you guys know, we have already created that sorting function over here, right? And this is what we are doing to sort it. Correct. So I just technically need to do this, and with this our entire array will be sorted. So I can just say transactions dot sort a comma b and a dot date, this dot date, and this should be good enough, right? Okay, so the moment we do this, we have our sorted transactions, right? The sorted transactions are sorted on the basis of the date, correct? So now we can just create our, we can just pass our array over here, sorted transactions, and instead of data, we'll be having is we just need to make a new array, and that needs to just have your date and value. And since it's already sorted, we don't really need to do much, right? So what I can do is I can just create a variable called data, and I can say sorted transactions dot for each, or dot map in fact. And what do we need to map? We have an item, right? Every item, we just need to return a simple object containing the month, or containing the date. I'm so sorry, the date. And what is the date? It is item dot date. And the amount, and what is the amount? It is item dot amount, right? And ideally this should be good enough. We are already past floating it. So now this data contains an array of date and amount, right? So the X field will obviously be date, and Y field will be the amount, correct? We don't need technically these, but let's just have this, and let's have a look at now, look at our chart now, right? We see something's wrong. If I go back, we already, okay, so I probably will have to refresh. There's some error. Okay, so I think in a dashboard, we are returning this as well. We'll have to see as to what exactly is the issue. Hmm. Okay, there we go. So as you guys can see, we are seeing the chart properly. The only issue is we have a very huge amount, taking care of this thing. So obviously that's not correct. We need to, obviously we'll not have, I hope we will not have this big of an amount. But yeah, our chart is now technically working. One thing that I would like to do is I don't like this diamond layout, and I would want to make it a little curved. So we'll be dealing with the styling part of things now. And the styling part is very, very simple, right? You guys can, Andesign is also a publicly available library that a lot of people use. So what we'll do is we'll just have a look at what kind of stylings is it that I'm passing. So okay, I don't think so I'm mentioning any styling over here. All right, so let's just see if we get rid of some of the styling. It should take care of that. So let's say we get rid of this point, and even this label. Let's just get rid of this, and let's see, does it smoothen things for us automatically or not? If I refresh, what do we have? We just have X field, Y field. Even this and this width, etc., we can also change according to our CSS styling only. For now, it's okay, but let's just have a look. Right. So now this looks much, much more cleaner. Right. And obviously, I understand that the chart right now is not looking good because our data doesn't look. Obviously, our data isn't looking that well. But anyways, if I'm pretty sure if we change the data a little, it will make sense. So for that, if you want, we can go to our Firebase, and I will just edit the biggest value that we have, and let's just keep our lives very, very simple, right? So I think the transaction that I need to take care of is this one, correct? This number was the biggest number. Rest every number is just in thousands, 3,000, 1,000, right? 8,000. This number seems to be way too big. So let's go to Financy-Rec, and over here we'll just simply have our Firestore database. These are the transactions. So we just need to find the biggest one now. Yeah, this one. So let me edit this. Let me make this something like 3,000. Right, since I've updated this, this should change now. Let's refresh, and once we refresh, great. Like I said, this looks much, much more nicer, right? And the best part is that even the dates are now sorted, so you guys know when you spent the most, right? So this is pretty good. One thing obviously that we will have to do is I will have to wrap this inside our card, right? I think that was just called card, or what was the exact styling for our card. We'll also have to have a look at that. So did I not make a card with you guys? Okay. That is strange. So we will give this a custom styling, right? Let me try wrapper. Okay. Let's say charts dash wrapper is the div's name, and since we need to have we'll be making it in a flex, and the reason for that is we also need to have one more chart, right? So but first things first, we will have one div inside of the other div. This needs to have an h1 saying or I think just the charts will be having that h1. Yeah, so this can have an h1 saying a very simple thing, that your transactions or line chart of your transactions, right, or your analytics, whatever you guys want to say, your analytics, correct. And let's make it h2. Similarly, we'll have another div like this, and in the other div we'll have our chart data, I mean pie chart data, right? So your spendings. Okay, so we will take care of that, but right now let me just quickly style this. So this needs to just have a very simple flex, obviously, and that is more or less it. Can't we just do this to this, and I'll just say, oh, the height is not needed, right? So the height I'll keep as auto, and padding I'll give this as 2 rem. I think 2 rem will be nice. Border radius also I'll give 0.5 rem, I think. And box shadow, I would like to give this a box shadow of the variable that we have. So we are dash dash shadow, right? And after that, I think so we are good to go. Am I missing something? Yes, justify content space between. So justify content will be space between, and just like that, this should look a little cleaner now. Yes, it does. I'll give this a margin as well of 2 rem. Okay, and the width, I think we should just keep 100 or 90% or something like that. 95%. Did it shrink a little? Yeah, great. Right, so okay, pretty good, I would say. All right, we need to take care of that exact styling, exact width. But anyways, this still looks good, right? So we have your analytics as well, your spendings, etc. We need to take care of as well. So we can just directly go to our chart component, and inside this chart component, I'm pretty sure we can pass a styles tag, and we can style all of this as well. I can probably give this a width of 50%, and that should work, right? Let's see if this works or not, or we can even have two different divs, right? No, it didn't. Let me give that over here a width of, let's say, 500 pixels. And should I make autofit too? Oh, it's a number. Okay. If we refresh now, this should ideally look a little better. And anyways, so once this is also done, we will now move towards our pie chart. And obviously, you guys can do the styling bit, right? I'm pretty sure all of you are very capable of handling the styling bit. But okay. So since our analytics is almost done now, one thing that I would like to do is margin top. I would like to make this as 0. Compile with some problems. Oh, that was the older version, to be honest. Anyways, so now we just need to work on our pie chart, and dealing with your pie chart is also similar. The only thing that you'll be using now is you'll be having a tag and you'll be having a value. So that's about it, right? For some reason, it's still stuck after the entire this thing, even though our code is no longer that way. But anyways, So, okay, now we need to work on our pie chart. So how do you deal with the pie chart? Dealing with the pie chart is very, very simple as well. All you need is a simple pie chart, and it will also take the same thing, right? So, okay, let's have a look at this. So you just need to get your pie. Uh, let's just copy this for now. And in our charts, just like this, we have dash dash config, right? We'll be doing the same thing. For some reason, I don't seem to find that, but okay. So we'll have let pie chart, right? And I'll have the similar config over here, but this time this will be spendings config. So spending dash config, right? And pie chart, this will be pie chart. Great. So now what is my spending config? So this was my normal config. I'll have a spending config as well, right? Now you need to realize what my data for my spending config will have is, it will have a const spending data, right? And what is my spending data? It is going to be the same as sorted transactions uh, dot filter. We'll just be filtering idly the transactions that are simply just the spending ones, right? So I'll just say transaction dot type equal to spending or expense, right? So what this will do is, this will just return me all the transactions that are spending of the type spending. And in fact, what I would like to do is, I would like to return only a specific amount of things. So what if we do something like this? So basically I say return, and we return an object, and we say tag, right? And the tag will be item.tag, obviously. Transaction.tag, basically. Transaction dot tag, comma, amount will be transaction.amount. So this way is my spending data now consists of the entire thing, with is there, or with is there. Now it will need these things, right? So the spending config needs to have an array of tags that we'll be needing. So if I go over here and show you guys, we have angle and color, right? And that's about it. And spending data array will basically be coming from over here, and we just have key and value pairs. Okay, so I'll tell you the way it's working. So basically, yours, this thing, instead of having all of these values, it just has this. So what is your angle field? Angle field will be my amount, and color field will be basically my tag, and it's automatically going to take care of it, right? The moment I do that, and the moment we technically import our pie chart from and designs, and make sure that our spending config is there, our normal config is there, everything is working. If we go over here and refresh, I don't think so we should face any issues. Okay, and the transactions are fetching. Cannot read properties of undefined reading length. Oh, because transactions was empty. So over here, instead of having transactions somewhere, we had transactions.length, right? First, we need to make sure transactions, we can just say not, can't I just say transactions not equal to, and an empty array. I've never tried this, but let's see if this works or not. I believe this is where it was getting or having an issue. We are still seeing the same thing. Okay, so if transactions is there and transactions.length is not equal to 0, let's see if this works or not. And ideally this should not really matter, because if it's loading, it will be loading, and the loading becomes false only when we have fetched the transactions. But it still takes some time, I do understand that. Okay, so now ideally we should see both our line chart and our pie chart, and I'll just still then explain the logic for the pie chart as well. So far you guys need to understand that what our pie chart has is just the spending data. What is spending data? It is of the type of expense, right? And when transaction.type is expense, we are just doing that, and we are returning every time in this filter we are returning an object that contains tag and amount, right? Angle field is the amount of space a particular in a pie chart a particular thing should take. That is based on the amount, and the color field is basically what is the differentiating factor. So the differentiating factor is the tag. And okay, we still get this error. I need to see where is this error coming from. It is coming from undefined reading length. It's some Babel error. So give me a second and I'll be right back. All right, everyone. So the error that we were getting was basically because of the fact that over here, even though we are passing data, we need to say data colon data. Similarly, over here, we need to say data colon something. So now what you need to understand is exactly what do we need to pass. We need to pass, okay, I'll tell you. So right now, how does our spending data look like? Right now, our spending area data looks like it's an array and it contains various objects, right? Now, I'll first show you guys what happens when you just pass the spending data directly. So let's say if we are passing our spending data directly in our array, what seems to happen is, let's refresh. So basically what will happen is that this entire chart data will start to look a little weird. And the reason for that is very, very simple. As you guys can see, food is 3000, then 500, then again 500, then education is 1000. So even though the colors are the same, I don't think this is the kind of a graph that you want. This just breaks a lot. So my understanding of that fact was that this amount of food should be total and this amount of education should be total. And that is how my expenses are being tallied, right? So instead of having multiple different expenses, let me just show that to you guys as well. Instead of having multiple different expenses, right? Instead of having these 4 expenses, what I need to have is only if I have 3 types of expenses. Let's say over here, when we go to add an expense, we just have 3 types of expenses: food, office, and education. So what my array needs to have is just 3 types of different what do you say, arrays. The array needs to have 3 different types of objects. Now there are multiple ways to doing it. This is one way that I found, was to basically use reduce. If you don't know how to use reduce, it's completely fine. Reduce just is like it's basically for iterating through a list, but you want to keep a track of or keep a stored amount of data while you're iterating, right? So that is what this is used for, reduce. But even if you don't want to use reduce, you can use a simple for loop. And basically the point is that you need to create an array which contains 3 objects. So if you want, we can even create a very simple array, right? So I can say spending data. So let's say new spendings, right, is equal to spending data dot map item. And what we need to do is we need to return basically we need to return one object, an array containing 3 objects, right? So how do we do that? Instead of doing this, we can also do a for each. To be honest, we can also do a for each. Let's just do a for each. So let's say we have this as an empty array, right? All I need to do is I need to first say if my item dot firstly, there will be no item if it's an empty array, right? But basically the entire point is, what I want to say is if my item dot, or I can make your lives easy by making 3 objects over here, and the first one being tag is food, right? Amount is 0. Then I can have another tag will be education, amount is 0, right? And then I can have a tag for let's do office. I think the last one was office, and the amount is 0, right? So basically we'll be iterating over the different right. So basically we'll be iterating over all of these 3, and I just want to I just want to say if item dot tag is equal to food, then what do you want to do? You want to say new spendings dot amount plus equal to item dot amount, right? And new spendings what amount? 0th amount, right? Or I can similarly I can have an else if saying item dot But this is still hard coding of it. I wouldn't really advise you guys to do hard coding for this, but I just want to make you guys understand what's happening, right? Else the last one will be new spendings 2 dot amount, right? So this one is 1, this one will be 2, and that's about it. So now basically you can just pass in your new spendings inside your this data, and just have a look at what it shows you guys. Right now, if we refresh, you will understand what I was talking about. So basically now we'll have an array of just 3 objects, but those 3 objects will contain all of the data. And now as you guys can see, we see education 0, food is 4,000, and if we hover over this little thing, I think in the middle it did show office somewhere over here. Office is just 0, right? So we can even have a condition where if something is 0, we won't even show it, right? And that's about it. That's how simple and easy it was to make your pie chart and your line chart. So now the only thing that is left is to style these two properly. I'm pretty sure we can use a flex property for that, right? And let me see if I can use something like percentages to deal with this. That'll be very cool if we can use percentages. If not, we will have to hard code some values, take care of something, and that's about it. Ideally, I think it should allow us to handle percentages. Let's make this 100% and see how that looks. This also did work technically, but so basically now it's all about styling. We just need to fix the styling and we are technically done with the project, right? Okay, so I will have to hard code some value. So for now, let me just do 500 and 500, I guess, right? I'll have a look at the values later. But that's about it. So more or less the entire functionality of this app is done. In the next class, let's just conclude this, and I'll be teaching you guys 2 or 3 more things, right? I'll be telling you guys how to expand this project, and that's about it. And throughout the series, we built Financially, which is your very own personal finance tracker. And like I said, we did accomplish a lot. We started off by first making the sign up page, right? This was the first time I think we were using Design. We added a lot of things. We did Google authentication as well. We did normal auth as well, right? We signed up a user, then whatever the user has, we're maintaining through simple documents, and just one connection is made users. That collection has all of the users data, including all of their transactions, right? So something that we realized after this is that basically we have covered a lot, right? And if I talk about what are the next steps that we need to do, that is also something which is very, very simple. So see, since we have already accomplished authentication, you need to understand that in email auth, one thing that we haven't done is that even though over here I'm adding this, I'm adding my logo, but in my email auth, if I talk about, there's just a default icon that is there. So firstly, we can use the Firebase's storage service to add in those images, right? Apart from that, something that we need to do is we can definitely expand on the style. We can make it more responsive, right? Apart from that, one thing that we haven't done is the CRUD of transactions. So we have only successfully done the creation. We haven't done creation and reading. We haven't really done updation. If I want to update this transaction, or let's say get rid of this transaction, there's nothing that I've done, right? Even though there is a reset button that we've created, and on the reset of this, we just want to delete an entire collection. We just want to delete all of the different transactions that we have, right? This is different. But what we would want to do is we would want to allow an edit button over here and allow the user to edit that particular transaction. And once that edit is done, we just want to send in the updated data. So that is very, very simple, and that has been made possible using Firebase's edit doc. Right, so you already will have the doc ID, right? So see, you'll find a lot of Stack Overflow, different articles. So what you need to do is you just need to call this function called update doc, and it will easily update your doc, right? And for V9 also you'll have to do the update doc, and that's about it, right? So the CRUD needs to be done. Then apart from that, something that I was thinking was we also need to take care of some more different, like over here we're just sorting date in ascending order. Maybe somebody wants in descending order, right? Similarly for the amount, right? We need to show different options, whatever makes the life of the user easier, right? Other than that, we can even show some other graph. Like over here we have an overall transactions. Maybe I just want to see a total incomes graph, right? Maybe I just want to see a total spendings graph, and maybe I want to see the pie chart for my total income. So you can have different toggles accordingly, right? Other than that, one thing that I would also advise you guys to do right now, we have hard coded these tag values, right? Ideally, what can be done is that we can make these tag values also something which is relative, right? Maybe instead of having a select, we can always have them as a simple drop down or a simple search, but or sorry, a simple text field. But I feel drop down makes our lives much more easier and makes the life of the user also easier. So maybe have an edit profile page where you allow the user to set this as a preference, right? Like what are the tags that they want for their expenses and what are the tags they want for their income, right now these are hard coded, like I said. Apart from that, you can even add some more you can add a currency in edit profile, right now we are assuming that the user is just dealing in rupees. What if the user is dealing in USD, right? So we'll have to put different currencies, right? So there's a whole list of features that can be implemented and should be implemented as well. This was just a series where we just get started with the project, we make the whole project, and you guys are now, I mean, even if you do this much, this is a very good project so far, right? But what my thinking is that you should definitely expand on this to give you that extra edge. You should add more operations, add more styling, make things look cool, make things look better, right now this is just a very simple it's not really an SPA, but technically it is. It just has a single page, which is the dashboard page, right? So what I would want from you guys is to make multiple pages, maybe show different types of graphs, maybe allow the user to customize the colors, the themes, and all of those things. Add in as much functionality as you can, as much ease of use, as much more features. Like, why do I only see the pie chart of my total spendings? Why can I not see the pie chart of my total income? Or why do I only see the financial statistics of my entire transactions array? Why can't I just see the line chart of my incomes array or my total expenses array? So all of those things are things that you will have to do. At the end of the day, you need to realize this is just one single array that we have. One single transactions array has been giving us so much power that we have done so many things on it. We are sorting it also, we are exporting CSV, importing CSV, doing this filtering, doing filtering by name, a lot of things, right? So I would say even you can even add a transaction or mode of payment. That is also very important, because sometimes it becomes hard for a person to track, right, on what bank account is the income coming, or how are you how are you spending your money? Did you use UPI for this? Did you use Paytm wallet for this? What did you use? Did you use your credit card? Did you use cash? Right. So I think that is one more metric that can be added in our both our income and expenses. Like, was the income also in cash? Was the income directly debited to your bank account? Was it in your Paytm wallet or any other wallet system? Right. Is it going to come to you in the future, maybe in terms of some, let's say, if, sometimes salaries also come in terms of equity or something. So you guys can also kind of play around with these values, make it as functional as you can, right? At the end of the day, the goal was to help you guys make a personal finance tracker. So I would say, think of it as a project that you would want to use personally, right? Like me, as of right now, right off the bat, I would say that I would definitely want to add more sorting options: sort by ascending, descending, sort by ABCD, right? I would want to add that metric where how am I spending my money? Did I spend it through Google Pay? Did I spend it through Google Pay, meaning UPI? Did I spend it through my card? Did I spend it through cash? How did I spend my money? Right. Definitely having customizable tags is another thing, right? Other than that, even if you have certain you can add some loans or EMIs. All of those options can also be put. The graphs can definitely be changed. I would want to see my total incomes pie chart as well. I would want to see where how am I generating my total income, right? And yeah, so there is a whole lot of things that you can do, and especially the custom themes one. Maybe I get bored with this, maybe I want a dark theme, or maybe I want a different theme, right? I think green and black would look very good on a finance app, right? Though that neon green color. So definitely have a look at all the different things that you can do, and please expand on this project. This is a very basic project, I agree with that, but you definitely need to expand on it more and more, right? So I would say this is it for now, and if there are any changes, I might upload some more videos in this series, but I think so far so good. And I hope you guys understood everything, especially the Firebase part, the data handling part. We learned and design for the first time. We did and design charts for the first time as well. That was also slightly tricky, I would say. But yeah, so we did cover a lot. We did play around with our tech stack also. We did use React Firebase hooks also. So we did do a lot in this series. So yeah, definitely. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope to see you in some other series as well. So thank you for watching.